All right. So, a few things. Thing number one. Once that ended, and I mean, no, it was Q2000, right? I made it down to like 1000, then got Air 2002. I got back into the game, 7,800. That was my place. So I was like, okay, well, this is probably not going to happen tonight. But I stayed in the queue anyway. It only took 2 hours somehow. So I don't know what the deal with that is, but it happened. Thing number two, Luke is playing Fortnite, supposedly. So that might be audible, unfortunately. And thing number three is that it spawned me over there and said this was here. I was going to get us to the part of the cutscene we stopped at, but then this Aether Current was here. So I'll tune to that. I was worried it skipped the cutscene, but then I guess we could have gone to the never-ending whatever. Unless this is... No, because it says approach Argus. Yeah, okay, we're good. So we just have to redo this. But, yeah, I'm glad that saved then. But, yeah, so I'm genuinely surprised that only took 2 hours. I'm still going to go to bed early, so I took a shower while I was queuing, and that's risky because you could get Air 2002 at any point and then be shoved back to the back of the line, apparently. If being at 2000, retrying to get into the lobby server twice and then being pushed to like 8,000 is any indication. But I did it, so we don't have to worry about that. And it's like 11 right now. So maybe I'll just give it like an hour and 30 minutes or something and then just head to bed. See how that goes. I had some water, so phlegm. We love phlegm. We love not being hydrated. Argus's eyes, dude.
Quite a small place.
The eyes of Argus.
Lacking even the most basic equipment.
Yeah, Echo. I don't know how I didn't get that
At
Aether
present,
Current
they
before.
yield no clues.
But if that Aether Current wasn't there, then I'd have put us at the spot
So you can.
where we echoed. But yeah, this is going.
Come and
This can go by. I thought it was gonna be automatic. And so I was
There are two.
reconsidering
The first,
the staff
the second,
because the
as memories. As
The
such,
flowers look nicer, and how often in cutscenes are
But
you looking at
come.
the back of your character? Otherwise, like, you probably can't even see the detail. But also, like, this is a place of fucked up creations, right? So it does kind of fit this place as well. Hopefully it doesn't crash again.
All units fully functional.
Gavin's,
End of state.
Gavin's game crashed when he was talking to Elidibus.
Did you hear that, Hermes?
And Elidibus said, here, let me...
Yes. Good tidings at long last.
Elidibus said, oh god, what? I can't believe I don't remember the name of this place, but it's not a thing, but a place. And then right after that line, it faded to black to show the error message. So Gavin was literally like 5 sentences away from being told he was going to the past. So I'm like, it's kind of a blessing in disguise. Like, of course he's still like, that's a very pinnacle cutscene, like for big lore. But like 5 sentences past that, and then it did it, Gavin would probably be dying right now. I was fortunate. And then like another friend,
Every step of the way, I've been
I don't know why I
reminded how
clicked that.
little we understand creation. How the universe defies imagination.
Another friend apparently, they said they cleared a trial and were watching a cutscene after that when it happened. I don't know if that trial is Zodiac, but hopefully they don't have to redo that again.
But soon
I got
we'll
kind of
need
lucky
to
in a way.
Speculate.
Speculate.
We'll know.
Indeed. And we'll
I
owe it
can't-
all to you and your sisters.
I just
I
could-
wonder
come on.
what answers we will get.
Whatever
was
intelligent
here,
beings
right?
that exist out there are bound to be vastly different from us.
I don't know. Like I said, this place is filled with
Diverse
weird
in
shit.
form and culture, possessed of unique ways of thinking. Their conception of life and its purpose will be no exception. Completely and utterly unlike ours.
Or they just won't know like us.
Utterly unlike. How?
Ow. Head tilt.
I have no idea. Yet whatever answers we receive, I will not dismiss them out of hand. No, I will think earnestly on them all, and I will share them with our people, that together we may contemplate our own existence. Perhaps then our star will become a better place. Not only for man, but for all life.
Yeah, it sucks that all this hope about finding life on other planets and stuff, like, we know it's not going to work out, but there's so much hope and positivity.
Meteion, as though I gave you wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet. Learn to walk and run and so much more.
It's like hive mind
In
thing is
return,
weird.
older and wiser, we will have a celebration to mark your homecoming and coming of age both.
Will there be apples covered in syrup?
Head tilt.
And how are you supposed to eat them?
What happens if she tries to eat?
Rather than food, perhaps a flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
Well, that explains that. Well, did you also see that?
So, what is your opinion?
We didn't really learn much, maybe. But yeah. I don't like End yet. I really don't think he would, though.
I'm inclined to agree. As we had suspected, the two are somehow involved. Yet 'tis difficult to believe that they would deliberately seek to end all life. In light of this, I propose that we reveal your tale to Hermes himself. If he does not wish for the final days, as we believe, he may well join us in pursuing a solution.
Now, we can't change the past, but Hermes' solution might help us. So maybe it's worth the risk.
Then it is settled. Let us seek out our friend with all swiftness.
How does
'Twould
this
not
not
do to
change
let
the future?
such a pure
Did I say
soul
past?
be blackened by tragedy.
I should go and dye this white. Because now we're hanging with Hydaelyn. I did think that to myself. Okay, let's see it. You know what? For anyone who hasn't been to this part yet, well, I'm like, I'll just keep it black. Everyone else is keeping it black. I don't know how to feel about it. Boop, 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 boop. A flower upon your return. Is there a teleport? I mean, I guess, but like, you know. Boogie! But, no, I'll keep it black. Everyone else is keeping it black. I'll keep it black. Oh, wait. It is more diagonal than I thought. Oh, right here. Presumably. Oh, she's not here? Okay. Didn't I need, like, access or something? Eh, whatever. I probably have it now. Okay, so now we're up here. On Moor Island. Weird bird man. It's like a chicken man. It's very hunched over. What are you? I don't have to worry about fighting now. Good. Whoops. I just want to see your face. I want to see your beautiful face. Yeah, okay, there we go. I see it now. I was probably wondering, what is that guy doing? What are you? What a weirdly slow running animation. Well, you'll never catch me over here. You can't pass these gates. Can you imagine if I was my original size? I just realized that I would be like this small. Man, traveling everywhere would be annoying. Oh, hello. Same. Yes. Oh yeah, that's also a thing. We just know. How comforting. Well, I'm glad that you're talking to me again. Very tsundere. Oh, how convenient. Alright, that's all we came to this island to do. Hunger in the garden. Doesn't that sound familiar? Perhaps relevant to the Bible? Maybe. Man, I'm just thinking about how small I would be. Oh my god. I think that's really funny. By being split into 14 parts, we became like half as small. Or half as big. We didn't become 1/14th sized figures. Wow. True, though. Okay. I should have checked if they were in a cutscene. Look at this. Are those might be actual flowers. I thought they were statues. Oh Jesus, what is this place? Ah! I was hoping I could just like go around them. All right. Look at this. They're like, yeah, this is a pretty cool creation. And it got approved, maybe? Well, actually, it's here because it's not approved yet, right? Still. You can see my shoes and even my pants a bit when I do this. Good thing I put on the pants. Well, that's not going to hit me. It's a pretty cool attack, though. I probably would have died otherwise. Oops, not glare. But it works. Yes, glare. As it turns out. I wonder if you can avoid this by, like, kind of circling around here. I imagine the thing is, like, right here. He's probably in the middle, right? The idea is you have to wade through these guys. Can't really tell where they're facing, though. Maybe he's not here. Oh, okay. Maybe I have to do all this first. As long as I don't attract the others. Which I think I did. Oh no, I think that's just this one again. Weird. Like, it's weird hands. Look, it's weird hands. I must press R again. It's so weird it has to re-aggro after each attack. Is that what all enemies do? I wouldn't really know, thankfully. Alright, you're going down. That's it? Okay. Yeah, it said in here. Oh my god, here we go again. Are you as well? You as well, okay. Yeah, just throw it down, why not? Oh yeah, I should have had faith in Holy 3. I can't get over how we skipped Holy 2. Like, is there a reason? Maybe another class has Holy. And, they're more inclined to attack, so they got a Holy 2. And then they were getting Holy 3 now, but, they figured White Mage should have the one with the same power as the Holy 3 instead of Holy 2. And they just went with it, perhaps. Am I just supposed to get rid of all of them? Like all of these invisible instances or something? Look at that. Oh, hello. They were probably always behind this rock. And then you can't see the thing behind the rock, right? Yep. I should have known. Okay. You think they saw another person and were like, he's over there. Aggro on me if you want. It matters not. Good Lord, what is that down there? How about now? So maybe you had to do them? I don't know. Don't remind him of it. He emerges. I don't know how long I want to go. I said like 30 more minutes, but... or maybe an hour. Just whatever seems good, I guess. Hopefully see the next area, maybe.
My apologies for keeping you waiting. I understand there is a matter you wish to discuss.
Aye. A matter of the utmost gravity. If one can suspend disbelief. Go on then.
Do it.
Tell him what you told us. Who you are and why you came.
He sounds so mean.
The final days.
The phenomena observed during these star-encompassing calamities is likely the product of a dynamis reaction, and none is more versed in the applications of this energy than you, Hermes. I must stress that we do not believe you would desire such destruction. We come not to lodge accusations, but to beg your wisdom. And so, distressing though the exercise may be, I ask that you share with us your opinion on the matter. On the assumption that our visitor's tale is true.
In case you go, this is just ridiculous.
Even you, Vana.
Which it is, but you know, it's true.
As you say, the phenomena observed in the two calamities may both be attributed to Dynamis. Of note is the difference in its effect. In the first final days, it warped creation magics. In the second, it warped the people themselves. The key variable, I suspect, is the etheric density of the men of each age.
That's what I was thinking.
As you know, ether, in essence, negates dynamis. Harboring high concentrations of ether, we ancients cannot readily manipulate dynamis, nor be manipulated by it. Therefore, rather than ourselves, the calamity affected our magics. In contrast, having been sundered, the people of the future are composed of but a fraction of our ether. Thus are they susceptible to the influence of dynamis and its transformative potential. But that would explain only the mechanism, not the cause. Though perhaps...
Yeah, I just realized that baby would be transformed. How do baby transform?
What is it? Even should it be a hypothesis, we would hear it.
Dynamis is an energy put in motion by feelings. Feelings for which there must first exist a source.
Minkus music?
The source to which the victims must be attuned. One that harbors the self-same negative emotions. Elsewise, it could not be the agent of such extreme change.
I don't know if I'm reading this correctly here. Maybe he'll explain it.
So it wasn't the stagnation of the celestial currents.
That's probably just what made the sky
Someone,
red.
or something, is instigating the star's demise.
I think this is where the spoiler
So,
that I saw comes
we've
in.
a villain on our hands after all.
The villain.
Any idea who or what it could be?
Me.
The celestial currents comprise the outermost layer of the star's ether, encasing it like a protective sphere. According to your tale, it was where the currents were weakest that the phenomena first manifested.
So you're saying that it's a force coming from
If the
space?
inciting factor came from without Aetheris, then its effects would first be seen in those locations.
It's like our ozone layer being destroyed.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
Oh my god. Current events.
Do not be alarmed. I
Uh-oh.
mean you no harm.
Oh no.
I wish
Oh
only to hear
no.
your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts.
Is this our antagonist?
May we please be friends?
So is she speaking as her sisters
Meteor.
or a supposed alien? What is happening?
Executing scheduled task, suspending individual self and connecting to shared consciousness.
I thought you were already doing that.
Connection established. Commencing status report.
Uh-oh.
It hurts, it hurts. It hurts.
I should probably be saying this.
hot, so cold, so sad. I don't understand. Make it stop. Please, make it stop.
Steady, Meteon. Steady.
So scared, so lonely. The pain, it's too much. Why? Why do we? They hurt.
Uh-oh.
Hurt.
How's this happening?
Hate. This is wrong. All wrong.
Whoa.
She's gone? But how?
She has altered her etheric density in order to blend in with her surroundings. An
Oh.
ability for avoiding confrontation.
Most effective. Frustratingly so. I can't see her either. Not even a trace.
There's been so much.
Stay away. Please. This is wrong. My mistake. So please.
Are you all right?
Yeah, did no one... Like, did you notice that? You're... No, I'm
In
good,
your
I guess.
mind? No. We only heard her speak the instant before she vanished.
Of course. When communicating without words, Meteion also employs Dynamis. That would explain why you were able to hear her, when we could not.
Fair.
Then you are our best chance of finding her. Follow her voice and try to track her down.
Does that mean she can't mind
Ended though we may
communicate with
be,
them?
Let us split up and search as well.
Only creations? Maybe she said that before? Okay. And suddenly, the plot shifts once again. Alright, then we have another red circle. Whoop! Do you think she's like down here? Like they would never, you would never expect her to be down here. Wait, am I supposed to like run into things where we hear her or something? Well, it's not as far as, oh, hello. It's not as far as, the garden at least. Oh. You'll never catch me down here. Whoops. Well, it said down the slope, so I'm going. Oh, okay, this is just a raised platform. It's not floating or anything. Now, where would I hide? Oh, I guess there. Well, not here, but you know. Never mind. They got me. There's no way it's that. There's no way. Well, I mean, my expectations were subverted before, so. But if I were her in this scenario, I would pick the farthest spot, right? This one has actual context for being far away. Instead of just, oh, it happens to be the part that's the farthest away. Interesting. Minkus. No, no, no. I will, though. I don't even know if you need to sense it. It's just kind of like obvious, right? I don't know why she's like commencing report though. Like, I know that she herself is like, I can't say that. She kind of regains control of herself, but like, I don't know. Because if it's an alien, surely the alien isn't, what was that, commence or doing the report, right? And if it's her sisters, I don't know, maybe. Clearly, I'm not qualified for this. All right, this rock, and then this rock, and then there's no way that they made this possible. This looks kind of familiar, actually. You know, as a kind of formation that doesn't work. This might be reused. Looking at it. At least that's an actual line on the map, I think. Right here isn't, though. Oh, okay. Good thing I looked at the map, then. I can't believe that you guys made it. In fact, you look like the same exact one as the ones in Heavensward. Like, you don't even look like an alt. You've just persisted. You haven't even evolved. So much greenery behind the tree, of course, right? Yeah, kind of. As close to these things as possible. Pause. All right. I moved because someone came by, and I didn't want to ruin their moment by having everything covered by a whale. So we continue south. We're just gonna end up seeing the entirety of this from here, or from this quest. Talk about the ability to run, though. Sheesh. Alright, up. I mean, there's one. I doubt this is it. It's got to be behind a tree, unless the idea was to trap you with that thing. These little, like, apples. Oh, they're big apples, but... Down. Well, that helps with that. They are not apples. Oh, they're the pot snakes. We're gonna go all the way around, man. Hello. It's okay, I can deal with it. Why'd you give her chameleon powers? You know, it's probably just a result of having such thin ether. And I don't really have that anymore. Thinking on it, she would be taller than me in my normal size. Oh, can we do that? I heard that in his voice. Might find her. I'm so curious. I don't know if there's a reason for this, just other than like the suspense, I guess. Yeah, I mean that's what I was thinking. Emmett Suck, we're gonna need you to do something again. With you in tow, meaning use the funny mechanic that's in Endwalker. That sounds like it uses a lot of ether, but you know. Okay. Let's go. Yay! Okay, but we're going the wrong way. Well, I saw someone come from up here, so this is probably where it is. Whoa, what was that? Probably gonna spawn enemies. Judging by the... It's up to you to keep the way clear. Okay, never mind. I guess that person was wrong and then went down here. Which makes sense. Well, yeah, the circle is small enough that this could be it. I thought I saw one up there and I was like, come on guys, really? As if this weren't tiresome enough. Might as well run at this point. Show some hustle. Oh god, we're going down the waterfall. Oh! There's no way that thing is following us. What's up with these things? Well, there's a person over there. I mean, it looks like they came from this thing. I mean, look at this water, though. Great looking water. Like, color-wise. Maybe not wave-wise, but... I'm in first-person mode. I think. I'm not here. No, I'm not. I'm not here. Very well. She's not panicked at all. That one is a little menacing. Even if it is true. It will break him? Uh-oh. Well, after her. Just gonna hope that she's not that far. Oh, she's up. Okay. No, this should be fine. Go. Oh, Emmett Selk. Forgot about Emmett Selk. Uh-oh. How could I? First off, how could I? Can you guys fuck off? Yeah. Then your home is far away so that I can come back here. So I should do this. Alright. Does that sound like I alerted him to where I should go? I think I went on the mount because I saw the other person leave on a mount. So I'm just like, yep, that's what I'll do. And then prioritize that over what will actually work. Poor Emmett Selk. This was not in his expectations at all. He'll follow me. No, he won't. No, he won't. He's not a Paper Mario partner. How about now? There we go. Behind this tree. Oh, we're back at the start. Look at that. Now that happened. I don't even remember the water. Well, I mean... This probably isn't it. It doesn't, like, we can see her. What do you mean suspicious disturbance? Oh, no, okay, never mind. Oh, you know what? I should have gone there for lore, I guess. God damn it. I thought this would turn up as nothing, and then that was where we needed to go. Oh my gosh, she can run. Holy crap. Nope, and it's gone. Okay. What? Oh, yeah, good. Let's just say that it was, I don't think she's over here. Let's try turning back. Or like, oh, I really hope she didn't use the teleporter. Something like that. I mean, there's this. There's a person there watching a cutscene. So this is probably it. Still, I don't know about this part of the expansion. She's running, I know. It's bad news and she's running. I get it.
Aha! Give chase. We shall herd her into the shelter.
Into the shelter? She'll just run out the other side. Yeah, you know, that would have been helpful earlier. It would be cool if people following you also had their own mounts. So when you got on a mount, they would just get on theirs. And this would be Emmett Selks, obviously. Ali Says would be like her Porksy. What's his name? Angelo? So menacing. I don't know what the others would be, okay? It doesn't matter. It'd be a fun little bit of way to add personality, though, without having to make it a part of the story. Did he see that they were in there? What? You guys don't have to be so menacing about it.
Please, Mission. We must speak.
And then she just runs this way.
I'm sorry, Hermes. I'm so sorry.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that.
If someone can hear these words, then please. Please protect them. Protect them all.
Too vague.
Individual self-suspended. Connection with shared consciousness stable. Our survey is complete. We shall now report our findings.
Can they just do that? Turn off the individual one? Okay.
All units safely arrived at their respective destinations. Seeking answers to Hermes' question, we attempted to make contact with the intelligent denizens of each star.
That makes it sound like there are multiple of them.
Results are as follows, in order of numerical code. Enna. Traces of civilization found. Structures believed to have served as domiciles. No extant life forms detected. Dio. Ruined remnants of buildings scattered across star, surface of which is encased in ice. Presence of life could not be verified. Tria. Evidence of large population centers, akin to cities recovered. No extant life forms found, only their lingering essence.
What is this called? The something barrier?
Tessera. Edifices surmised to be abandoned residences found. No extant life forms detected. Deadly plague or extreme environmental degradation likely to have led to mass extinction.
That's us. Also, hold on. Google space. No, alien. Barrier. Not battle cats. What? The Great Filter. That's what I'm thinking of. In context of the Fermi paradox, is whatever prevents non-living matter from undergoing abiogenesis in time to expanding, lasting life as measured. Okay, this isn't what I thought it was, apparently. What was it? I gotta watch that Kurzgesagt video again. Maybe should I just pause the recording and watch that video? You know what? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Okay, so I watched it, and basically the Great Filter is like a reason why we haven't seen intelligent life, and there's so many like planets that could hold life, you know, in the same way Earth is just the perfect amount from the sun. So why haven't we seen anything? Like, they're much older, so surely those much older planets would have had life on them that would have expanded to the point where we would see them. Why aren't we seeing anything? And it's either that the filter is in front of us, or sorry, I guess the filter is behind us, which means that humanity like just got really lucky. Like, either we're the only way that life could exist, like something happened with the cells, or that like there were intelligent life forms, but we just got lucky with reaching it this far instead of like getting mauled by bears. Or the barrier is in front of us, meaning that something bad, like all intelligent life do things that cause calamities, and they, you know, never advance past getting off of their planet, which could be, you know, nuclear wars, bad AI, eugenics. They create a super virus. I'm just basically repeating what was in the video, but when you see things like what's happening in the story now, that kind of implies that the Great Barrier is in front of us, because all of these planets, like, just being devoid of life means that they all screwed up somehow. It could be anything. So this is very bad news.
They are all dead.
Octo.
It could be anything in this game, though.
Star found in state of violent conflict. Contact successfully made with inhabitants, but deployment of weapons of mass destruction resulted in total annihilation of local population shortly thereafter.
Case in point, nuclear fallout.
Star is a barren desert.
Oh no.
No identifiable flora found. Bones of living beings resembling men discovered beneath sand.
Resembling men.
But determination regarding their intelligence inconclusive.
How big were their dome pieces?
Remind me, Hermes, what exactly was the question you entrusted to Meteion?
I tasked her with asking what others live for. What gives their lives meaning.
Well, so far,
Did you
so
consider
bad.
what may happen if the premise of the question is flawed? To be able to answer it, one must be living and desire to continue doing so. But if Meteion finds no living beings in the course of her journey...
Are you suggesting that the Great Filter is finding no meaning to life?
Or none who desire to live, what then? What answers would she derive from their silence?
Meteion,
I can't believe
enough.
it took this turn.
Suspend your mission and return hither at once.
No.
Decapente.
Oh, still going.
Local civilization once flourished under auspices of higher power. Said power later laid waste to civilization in fit of rage.
I'm an idiot. I'm just gonna make sure I know what auspices mean. Or auspice. A divine or prophetic token. Religion? Under his auspice. With the help or support of someone or something. Merriam-Webster. Auspice. Kindly patronage or guidance. A prophetic sign. Observation by an augur. Especially of the flight and feeding of birds. No, okay. I just want to confirm, is this like just religion? Well, no, because laid waste said power. Laid waste to civilization in fit of rage. That's not the people rioting because of religion, right? That's because the Terminator. But why Terminator? I mean, I guess technically correct. That's because the monarch was awful.
Upon revealing this to me, entity elected to self-terminate in lieu of providing answer to question. No
What?
other intelligent life forms found.
Well, that's depressing.
Turning a deaf ear, are we? We are taking Meteion back to Amarot. As I understand, we will need her if we are to bring back all of her sisters.
Yes. Meteion.
Would this have happened if I wasn't here? Baby.
It isn't right, is it? It isn't right to turn away from the answer. Even if the answer is pain. Even if we aberrations must scream ourselves hoarse to be heard.
It's 12:10. I can't stop now. Are you kidding me?
Aye. Whatever answers we find, I will not dismiss them out of hand. These words I said to you, and I will hold myself to them.
Just making sure I'm still recording. Not paused.
What is the meaning of this?
Yeah.
You cannot take Meteion, not until she has finished her report.
That's fair. No one's.
All else must wait.
I don't think anyone's like combating that. You literally say yourself you can take her just once the report is over. He's flying.
You fool!
How do how do people just always turn them Final Fantasy people always turn themselves into this? Like these kinds of things. Okay, I guess I'll stop after the dungeon because there's no way I'm starting a stream with a dungeon. Or boss. It's probably a boss. Oh, so never mind. This is probably a dungeon. And that's the dungeon. Is she a threat? Am I missing something? It's Meteion's fault? I am missing something. All right. Oh, are you teleporting me there? Thank you. I don't know if I hope it's a boss or a dungeon, because dungeons are usually, like, easier, but long. Bosses have the potential to be long because they are difficult. I say easy, you know what I mean. Looks like this person is waiting. Yeah, they probably saw this like angel demon looking person flying the roof and they're like, you probably turned it into a dungeon by putting a bunch of enemies in there. I mean, creation magic and all that. This is so far in the past that when they have something like a fire alarm go off, they don't just assume it's a test. A field of dampening magic. And everyone else is weakened to a fraction of their usual capacities. Hey, that's what I'm used to. So how do you... I guess it's a 4-man thing, right? So it can't be a boss. And these are our trusts. I want to do a dungeon with Emmett Selk. We're gonna go with just Vada because she apparently has everything. Yeah, I'm still a little confused, but hopefully they'll explain it in painful detail after we do this. Yeah, no, it's a dungeon. Alright, let's do it. Am I all ready? Yeah, I don't have any other things to put on. I'm not going to go do optional quests. Looks like everyone already left. I don't see anyone waiting around here. So maybe everyone already did it. Which is like kind of good and kind of bad for me. Because then they'll be like, oh my god, this healer doesn't know what they're doing and we maybe have to rely on them. It seems like at this stage of the game, tanks can just rely on themselves though, so whatever. Oh, this is like the animal sanctuary in Colorado. It didn't look like there was anything beyond this path. So I don't know what we're doing. Yeah, I'm... It looks like I'm the only one who was in here. Everyone else they're in their usual clothes doing their own thing. Endwalker? Okay, I think oh yeah, of course, that's what it is always called. Jeez, these guys are faster than me. Uh-oh, okay. I would have liked to read that, but whatever. And remember your abilities, Chris. Right, holy. Trust in holy. Someone can apply shields. Probably don't need to heal, but I will. Okay. It really is giving me the Animal Sanctuary Colorado vibes. Yikes! Just a horde of wild ass animals. I guess putting the healing zone down and then stunning all the enemies isn't really conducive to, it doesn't really have good synergy. Let's just say that. You see, I feel like the tank is just healing themselves. I guess it uses all their MP, but like, who needs MP when, who needs magic when you like usually, I guess who needs MP when you rarely use magic anyway? Maybe. Into the ice realm. Oh, we're going down because it broke. Oh, geez, everyone came over. No, do not hit me. Well, if that stuns these guys, then that'll maybe save our tank a bit of extra damage. Yikes. They're good. I love Cure 2. I was out of the way of that, right? Make sure you're all good. I've always been bad at determining when there aren't enough enemies to cause a problem. Oh my god, is that Bouldergeist from Super Mario Galaxy? I'm just gonna do this even though we're almost finished with these guys, because you know they're just gonna rush ahead anyway. Okay, I kind of figured that we were closer to beating these guys than that, but I guess not. It's like, you're not dead, right? Why these guys do so much damage all of a sudden? Like, sheesh. All of our MP. Oh my lord. You, what is up with the Endwalker people? They're always so impatient. Prepare for the tank buster. Keep an eye out for mechanics. I mean, I'm assuming these are relevant. I see footprints. Ah, I see how that's relevant now. Okay. Can I press 1 again? Yes. So stand where you guys are standing. Stack with me. I see. Throw in a Cure 3, why not? They're fine. There's the Grim Reaper. Sonic Adventure ass music. It ends over here, right? Yeah. I now see the appeal of Cure 3, I think. Maybe. Alright. Everyone's already healed, but whatever. Oh shit, I'm going. It was a bad idea. It's like when they put a stack marker on something like that, I'm like, oh, they usually give you enough time. You just have to be there by the time the attack goes off. Come on. And here again. Flex on them. They should have had a third level of complexity on that. That's a pretty fun idea, mechanic thing. Thinking on it, with this upcoming patch, we'll get Hildebrand, right? All right, let's go.
I'm warning you. Stay away.
Yikes. This is a lot of enemies. Oh, get out of the way. That's... maybe I got a little too intimidated. Maybe just a little. And maybe I got a little too comfortable. Maybe just a little. Like, it's just random when there are big health drops, man. Just press 1 now. It'll save you ire later. Alright, we aren't getting this for a while. Oh, thank you for picking up the treasure coffer. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. Don't do this. Don't do this. This is a bad idea. Why are you sprinting? Are you sprinting? What are you doing? What are you doing? What was that? Why would you do that? How'd you even take damage? Sheesh. I do have one more big heal left. I was gonna say I don't have any more big heals left, so like, you know, be cool. Wait for your healer to get all their tools back. Sheesh. Look at all the MP. It is now non-existent. Might as well press 1. They're not gonna wait for me, that's for fucking sure. This is thankfully a long walk. I will need that, thank you. And those, yes, that'd be great. 87. Are we progressing faster in the end than in the beginning? I'm gonna do this immediately. I'm gonna want to be ready to heal that. This is only the second boss, so I'm not gonna worry too much about mechanics, but of course I will worry anyway. What are you doing? What is happening? Okay. Draws in ether. Okay. Okay, never mind. Oh, okay, I get it. I think. Alright, now what's this funny mechanic? Oh, jeez, okay. Is he gonna start there? No? Okay. Just in case he did. Oh, okay, there we go. Just notice where he's breathing in, I guess. Okay, we should be good. I want to use Asylum, but... this should be fine, I think. Alrighty. I'm gonna do this, just so I don't die. That was close. I wasn't paying attention, so like I'm just kind of glad that that worked out. All right, 14%. Come on. I don't want to go through another cycle where I potentially die because I'm an idiot. Breathes in there. Okay, yay, Afflatus Misery. No dealing with that shit. I want more healer stuff. Just posture. Is this it, Luigi?
Not yet.
Nope. Don't you hit me, you piece. That'll heal me. I tried hitting Cure 2 there. Watch the ground. They might do a funny area again. Whee! I missed these. Not really. Oh my god, that's so jarring. Okay. Just in case. I don't think they're that bad, but can't hurt, right? We'll probably end up killing them before I can get this back, though, which I'm worried about a bit. You're good. We're doing some pretty, like, consistent damage across all of them, huh? Asylum, come back. Teleport? I don't really understand what the point of the portal is, though. But I gotta understand why those are around the map. They allow you to travel faster, huh? Whoa, okay, we're going to space, I guess. What the hell?
Before they're expunged from existence.
And then remember that it's only 3 that works with. We're gonna need to cure. Stop smacking the tank, by the way. Like, just resounding thuds. Click on the guy. Chris, you should be using tab. Whoa! Okay. This isn't necessary, but I'll do it. Is this person still getting attacked? Tank! Tank, that person's still getting attacked! Tank! Yeah, these do consistent damage, huh? Worst comes to worst, I have my flowers, so... I should definitely press 1 after this, though. I thought about doing it earlier at like 7,000. I was like, nah. Don't use the flowers if you don't need to. You're fine. Though my voice shaking like that doesn't make it sound like it. Don't worry, that's just me getting excited like a fucking weirdo. Also, I guess using Limit Break isn't that bad. We only get 3 bars once the boss gets here, right? Which, remember to use Limit Break if you have to, Chris. Taking us to space, huh? It's like it's the theme or something.
So,
I hate this.
it comes to this. I have no wish to fight, but this time, I cannot yield.
She's just standing there.
Though the world may think me a mad, desperate fool, I will hold fast to my conviction.
I hate that I'm still kind of confused as to what's going on here. Like, why is he a bad guy? Dun, dun, dun. This boss theme is very catchy, though. Dun. Also, maybe Endwalker is the only one who would actually be this dungeon after all.
Tranquility I require.
I'm going with 3 Lowies, so that's good.
Gust and gale, gather to me.
Gust and Gale, huh? I should have just used Asylum. Alright, now the arena is scary and dangerous.
Unleash your power.
Where's Endwalker? Okay, that one's pretty obvious.
Winds, pierce my foes.
This guy loves wind. What can you say?
Stars on high.
Wait, do you not have a debuff?
All is rain.
Should we be looking up? I can't. I feel like in the center is not where we want to be, but whatever. Okay, now what? Probably the rock that isn't cracked. Now this rock is cracked. Yikes! Okay, sheesh. And we'll just let them recharge. We're like a clock. We're all good. That heals more than it feels like it does. What, was he interrupted? That's pretty funny that you can interrupt a boss like that. Anyway, I don't like having one thing of vulnerability. It kind of sucks.
Streams of ether. Surge as one.
Sounds like such a dork in this. This looks safe. I should just trust them, huh? Okay, it's an order thing. I see. Thank you guys for doing that. I don't need to do shift A. Save it. Also, I could have done this forever ago.
Dancing winds, pierce my foes.
Get ready for that F. The fact that heal became F is pretty funny, though. In the end. Alright. I have 3 Willies, so... Interrupted, it's still so funny. I should just press 1 at this point. This fight is almost over. Medica should take care of the rest. Okay, fine. Be like that.
when transformed, stars on high. Fall as rain.
We're almost there. No, I couldn't shift R. Level up. That was pretty easy.
No.
The following people. The power of following people always prevails, dude. Never have faith in yourself. I want maiming, dude. I want healing. I don't know what that is. Like the Plague Doctor mask and the top hat is so good. Thank you, tank. All right. No. Alrighty. Player commendation. Gavin's like, I don't know if you noticed, but you received 3 player commendations on that first dungeon. I'm like, I definitely didn't. I should just put chat in the middle of the screen. Maybe like the top middle would be actually fine, but whatever.
I hereby take Meteion into custody.
I thought I was gonna say take you into custody.
And setting
You're going
aside
to
the
jail.
matter of your nomination, you will come with us too. We require your knowledge to assess and resolve the situation.
Meteion, I am so sorry. Would that I could have listened to your report in full. Reflected upon its meaning and conveyed it to
I'm
others,
so confused what's happening.
that they might reconsider their chosen course.
Like, why do they have to come back? I'm assuming your full report means like keeping them out there to survey
Have
stuff.
failed, and that wish will never be realized. However, ere our fates become the province of others, I bid you tell me just one thing.
Unless Meteion is yeah.
Was there happiness in those distant stars?
Just broadcasting our location. I can't pause now.
Was there a reason for living?
We conducted our search as per your instructions. We scoured historical records,
Oh, cool.
communed with the spirits of the deceased,
Wait, what?
heard the final testaments of the dying, welcomed their shadowed hearts into our own. One race had striven to create a world bereft of animosity. They renounced relationships to avoid interpersonal strife, and in so doing brought about societal collapse. One race had renounced war and devoted itself to the enrichment of its people. They were conquered. Though they destroyed the enemy in reprisal, they could not regain their former glory.
Charlene.
One race had concluded that finite time was the root of all woes.
Amen.
Aspiring to shatter its shackles, they went in search of infinity.
Uh-oh, CGP Grey, close your ears for
They
this one.
discovered nothing is infinite, and that neither time or death can be cheated. Disillusioned, they gave up on the future and themselves. One race had discarded all things that gave rise to sorrow, hoping to have only joy.
We happy few?
They found joy lost its savor in the absence of sorrow, and lost their will to live.
Oh, that's morbid.
Though worlds apart, these peoples shared a belief.
The belief that they had tried their best.
Why are you like sounding so angry?
That they had tried to fulfill their potential with every step and success. In the course of which, they learned the truth. That they would never be free of fear and sorrow, anger and despair, of loneliness, so long as they yet lived. Even now their souls cry out for oblivion. And to this song of anguish, I lend my voice. We lend our voice.
Okay, I see.
Oh, beloved mankind, shimmering jewels of beautiful Etheris, rejoice, for we will free you from the cruel yoke of existence.
Medion
There is no need
discovers
to struggle
existentialism.
in vain, for in nihility awaits salvation. You will know peace and serenity, and it will be beautiful. We will make our nest at the edge of the universe, and there in the dark of dead worlds hoard sorrow and suffering. There we will sing, our chorus ever louder
Oh, they're
and
doing
ever
the
clearer,
crazy anime person
that
thing.
our song may reach even this ether-shrouded star.
Okay, I see what's happening now.
Such is the answer we have found in the stars. Such is the gift we now offer to Etheris.
Baby rights revoked. No, she still looks baby. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, would I have changed
To decide our fate,
stuff by saying
to
all this?
decree
Nope.
we live or die.
This would have happened regardless. And it is happening. So, this is just a completely separate thing that happened.
Have you lost your mind?
Yeah, that's
you
what I'm
heard
thinking.
what she said. She means to destroy us all, yet you'd still take her side?
Man, that delivery is so good.
In the name of the star, we have discarded those creations that we deemed flawed.
I wish this wasn't all automated so that I could pause. Because I don't want to say
If
anything
we ourselves are
too
flawed,
spoilery.
does not stand to reason that we too should be discarded.
Okay, now
That
you're
is
just
sophistry, and you know it.
now you're just angry.
Perhaps it is. Perhaps I am wrong. But who is to say that you are right?
I mean, he's thought about this whole thing for a while,
Let
so
us settle this with a determination.
this isn't coming out of nowhere. Like, that much
In
is obvious.
my authority as chief overseer of Elpis, I will make a judgment on man's fitness to exist.
That's such a
He
metal
can learn to
line.
value all life and retain his will to live, even should his end be justified. He will surely find a way to avert his demise. If not, he will perish from the start. As with all determinations, provisions must be made to ensure fairness. Kairos!
I was
Awaken!
gonna say, here are the rules.
Memory reconfiguration system
Oh, no.
Kairos activated. Awaiting instruction.
Command. Universal memory alteration.
No.
Target area. Catesis Hyperborea. Starting point. Arrival of Emmett Selk of the Convocation at Propylion. Endpoint. The present.
Didn't you say this was dangerous?
Erase the memories of all events and replace with a vague recollection of the following. I was here, preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus. Meteion's shared consciousness became unstable. She and her sisters could not sustain their existence, and all dissipated with a burst.
Get me out of this time.
The shockwave accidentally triggered Kairos, which erased several days of memories from all present. Execute.
Pull me back. Pull me back.
Acknowledged.
Elidibus.
Initializing. 3 processes remaining to execution.
3 processes?
Bravo. I dare say one would be hard-pressed to make it fairer. Everything that you told us, everything that has happened, the fact we've even met, it will all be gone.
And thus, time fixes itself. At least there's that, right?
Go, Meteion. To the edge of the universe, where none can reach you.
Hermes, won't you come with me? If you were to shed your flesh,
What's that supposed to be?
able to carry you.
What, his soul? No.
I will remain. As a man, I will oppose the oblivion you bring.
Silly fool. Had you said yes, I would have granted you the gentlest end.
Oh, baby.
This ends here.
Fly, Meteion!
Do not. Is it gonna look like a reverse shooting star? We aren't gonna get to see that.
That is far enough, Hermes.
Argos, to me.
Oh, damn. Go, doggy, go.
First process complete. 2 remaining to execution of memory reconfiguration.
Don't we gotta, like, get out of here?
As if we needed more pressure.
He only said around here,
No
right?
matter what, you cannot forget what happened today. For it is the key to saving your future. Your world.
I'll say.
This fight is our fight. What comes after, our problem to contend with, not yours. No. Your own struggle awaits, and no one else can take your place.
God, this is so exciting, you know what I mean?
You must flee this place with your memories intact, and I will see that you do.
Hell yeah, like in the actual sense
Now
of the
then,
word.
Where is it? There you are, my little confluence.
Go, Argus, go. Are they actually, like, in space? I thought they were in the facility, which emulated all these areas, including space for some reason. A blast or something, a projectile, even.
Almost. Oh,
You can't do that.
very well then.
Oh,
You may elude us this day, but not forever.
how will that be relevant?
Meteion's gotten away.
Second process complete.
Okay, we gotta go,
1
though.
remaining to execution.
It would be nice if Hydaelyn, like, mentioned what happened to us before we left, but,
No time for brooding.
you know.
Listen well. Beyond lies a spatial confluence that connects the interior sections of this building.
You saying to jump?
I will destroy the confluence and force open a way outside. When I do, you must jump through.
Well, you know what would have been cool? When
I cannot tell you how sorry I am. But neither can I let you escape!
Fire it now! Fire it now! Argus.
Too brave by half. Exemplary work, as always, Emmett Selk.
What? But how? I thought the confluence was...
Over there? Yes. We were rather hoping you would.
It was never anywhere but where it is now. The instant those two began making their way towards nothing, 'twas clear the plan was a diversion.
I'm
quite
confused.
confused.
Incapable of destroying a confluence, I must confess.
A gambit brazen beyond words. Though we've grown accustomed to reckless improvision due to the antics of an incorrigible associate.
Aren't I still like falling? What?
Though,
What is
in
happening?
the case of certain present company, incorrigible is an understatement. Honestly, I'm beginning to suspect it's a requirement for every Azen.
Doggies.
There's no time! Quickly! Even now, I do not believe your tale. I would not suffer us to walk such a wretched path.
There's 3.
Still, if it must be said, do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
Yay!
Final
We love
process
Emmett Selk.
complete. Executing universal memory alteration.
Go, Argos!
Oh, also Heidelin makes it. Okay. It's bittersweet. But now what? Talk about exciting, am I right?
I'm fine. Just a little tired. Can it be true? Are we the only ones left who see beauty in the world? In life? Are the stars above no more than husks of fallen civilizations?
Who would have thought the great filter was despair?
And yet, I feel her. Though she is unimaginably distant, I feel Meteion's presence. And the place where to we must go.
Oh, geez. Okay, so this is Area 5.
Ere she made good her escape,
I wasn't expecting
I
that,
placed
but
an enchantment upon her. One which allows us to follow her trail. She has already left the outermost bounds of Aetheris and continues on her way. Given the vastness of the universe, it will still be no easy feat to track her down.
Is she gonna build a spaceship and that's the moon and that's how this happens?
But thanks to Emet-Selch and his Ladeus, all is not lost. We remember. So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
I still don't really know what the diversion part was about. Like, the thing would have hit. I mean, I guess he was. I don't know. Like, he still had plenty of time to hit us while we were trying to escape, but he didn't. So I don't know.
What indeed? Let us begin by ascertaining the situation at Catesis Hyperborea, where the others should still be. Given the likely state of their memories, however, it would be imprudent for us to approach them directly. In which case... I am sorry, my friend. I've asked much of you this day. But may I trouble you one last time?
Or do you just know? Where are you going?
Argos will investigate in our stead.
Oh, okay.
We will share in his consciousness.
Oh, also
and
okay.
See and hear as if we were with him. Now, close your eyes and open your mind.
It would have been kind of awkward if, like, Emet-Selch escaped, right? It's like, well, then the conditions of the memory wouldn't really work, right? It's kind of convenient that it's us two. We're irrelevant to the whole thing.
Thank goodness you are unharmed.
Unharmed? There is a gaping hole in my memories. I can scarcely remember arriving here in Elpis.
Okay.
Forgive me. I was preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to our guests. But Meteion, her shared consciousness became unstable. And she...
Kairos is pretty powerful to be able to, like, not only remove memories, but also implant them based on relatively vague descriptions.
So, that's what prompted the state of alert. And when you went to investigate, you were caught in Kairos's accidental operation.
So it would seem. It's all a blur to me.
Such an unfortunate accident. Oh, and what of Venar and your other companion? You went inside together, as I recall.
We did?
What? Yeah. We must not remember properly.
If Venar was with us, I have no recollection of it.
Can we just go over
but
there
that
and
there is
tell them?
familiar, is it not? The fellow seems happy enough.
This is a dog.
So I think it's safe to assume his mistress is well. I haven't the slightest notion who this other companion might be, however.
But memories in the
that
soul or something,
individual
right?
struck me as a bit different, for want of a better word.
Also, the reason I just now realized the reason we don't go back and tell them what happened is because we don't change the past. Isn't that convenient how this happened? Because, like, what if it didn't happen? What would happen?
Perhaps it wasn't actually a person.
I don't know, man.
But some manner of creation.
Aren't all people?
Curious. I must ask Venar about it when next we meet.
Yes, yes.
Is
you
that
do
how you end up remembering
now,
me?
if we may tend to Hermes, whatever this Meteion did, it seems he bore the brunt of it. Once you are fit to travel, you will return with us to Amarot. We need to make certain there are no other ill effects. Also, I am here on business of the 14.
By the way.
We've already had the conversation, like as not, but since your toy wiped my memory, we'll have to have it again.
Yes. Of course. As you see fit.
This Kairos, it manipulates memories through the emission of etheric waves, correct? There is a theory which holds that memories scoured by blasts of ether are restored when the soul is cleansed in the underworld.
Yes, this is the ink metaphor.
If true, then perhaps when our time comes to return to the star,
I see.
we shall remember these few days we have lost.
I doubt aught of interest occurred. Look forward to the revelation if you like, but I should prefer to reminisce on more meaningful moments.
Let us rest. If only for a while. After all, you and I... Oh, we still have a long, long way to go.
Quite literally, apparently. How are we gonna do this? Like, I want to end. Like, this is a good place to end, but like, I want to know. Wait, but they aren't dissipated, right? Sheesh. Yep. Wait, what'd that say? No. Probably with them, right? Woo! Sheesh. So this is where it ends. And 1, 2, 3, 4, that adds up. If I wanted to get the Aether Currents here, which I don't because I want to figure out where we're going next and then go to bed. Now what's probably going to happen is we're going to return to our time and explain stuff to them. And I don't know if they'll quickly explain... Yeah, the Scions. And I don't know if the Scions will quickly figure out a way to figure out where we're going, or if we're going to have to do A, B, and C to help find out where we're going. If, you know, it's the latter, then I'll just end it. Oh, man, this is like, it's weirdly kind of nostalgic, first coming down these stairs. Man. It's depressing. It's so depressing, man. I mean, like, the time travel thing, but like, I love this segment. I love being here. You know what I mean? Maybe it's different if you get to do it. I don't know. Maybe my biases change in that case. But yeah, I hope that I understand the whole thing. Medion, realize here's my take on it. You can be like, Chris, no. If that's the case, Medion realized that all life sought to find happiness, and finding happiness ultimately leads to their ruin. So Medion's like, well, I'm just gonna lead you to your ruin on my own. This probably isn't it. This doesn't sound right. But then Hermes was like, well, maybe if us humans can deem our creations unfit, then why can we say that Medion deems us unfit? And it's like, okay, Hermes, calm down a bit. And maybe part of it is, you know, he likes Medion a lot, because baby. But that's kind of how I interpreted it. I don't know if that's right though, because then how does it? Does negative emotions turn you into the soulless creatures, right? But well, it's Medion from space attacking Earth, not Earth. You'd think I would know this by now, but attacking the planet when she can, when a hole opens up, allowing her to do it. Then she, I'm assuming she's sending in a bunch of the emotion magic, which I should remember what it's called as well. But and then that is causing people to transform when they feel despair, which is, I mean, tangential to this, but you think that if Medion's moment, or if Medion's motivation was that happiness causes, or the search for happiness causes these problems, then like you think happiness would do it. But maybe it's just negative emotions make you bad, and that's just as simple as that. Then I won't be able to go to bed early. Let's see. I'm gonna want to leave at like 2 p.m. Around then, 2:30 maybe. It's 1 right now, so I'll probably end up waking up at 10. Get in the queue. 11. That's like 3 hours. I could do a 2-hour stream and then do all my stuff and then come back tomorrow night. And then I'm completely off on Friday, which I think I'm gonna do a big leap.
So, it is within. The portal that brought you hither, and will take you home.
How do we know that? Oh, I guess it was a portal, wasn't it? Well, we learned a lot.
May you and yours emerge triumphant. Make use of the knowledge you have gained. That your days in Elpis and our friend's sacrifice be not in vain. With Meteion free to pursue her designs, 'tis only a matter of time until the final days are upon us.
I should have realized, by the way, that a Medion sounded like a villain name. So I'm assuming that okay, what happened was the Celestial Currents have already been weak here, so that's why Medion can just strike whenever she wants. Then they created Zodiark. Zodiark creates so much ether that it just drowns out any attempt that Medion tries to use with her emotional magic. But now that Zodiark is gone, she can strike, and she's striking in the weakest place because that's the easiest to hit. That's what's happening. I'm assuming.
Ready. From fortifying our defenses to securing our escape, there is much to be done.
To securing our escape.
In spite of this, we cannot allow the report that set this calamity in motion to become common knowledge. Were the masses to learn the fates of the other stars, I fear the situation would spiral out of our control.
So how do you become Hydaelyn? I was like, Medion?
We must
No.
carefully consider who can be trusted and bring them into the fold.
Rabbits. Rabbits can be. No, she just made them, though.
Ordinarily, I wouldn't hesitate to call upon the 14. However, it was the desire for a fair determination that drove Hermes to attempt to erase our memories. Were he made aware of his actions, there is no telling whether he would remain a friend or become a foe.
True. He's even if his memories of today were wiped, he is still very depressed about what made him turn. So, still, I can't get over that line, like, because he's the overseer of this place that determines what creations live or die. He's like, as the overseer of that place and like the guy with that responsibility, I'll determine if humanity deserves to live. It's like, oh damn.
Alternately, we might try to alienate him from the convocation. Yet in doing so, we would deprive ourselves of a brilliant mind who would be invaluable in the crises to come.
Yeah, no, you gotta incorporate him so that the future
Quite the dilemma.
works right. Yeah.
Which is why I must work independently of the convocation.
Because, it's his, little findings on the emotional magic that, I should say ether. That's not ether. Whatever. That eventually lead to us finding out about this, and then we end up going to the past, and all this happens,
Regardless of how we proceed, if we are to permanently avert the final days, we must be equal to Hermes' challenge. We must prove that mankind is worthy to exist. And this hinges, I think, on how we confront the all-consuming despair that accompanies a senseless and seemingly inevitable end.
I mean, I guess it makes sense. When you feel despair, you're feeling what Medion feels, so then you're more attuned to her and her corruption. And that's why you turn into soulless monsters when you feel despair and not happiness. Okay, I got it.
Bewildered and divided,
Poor
we
Medion.
would perish like the peoples of those celestial ruins.
God, that's so fucked up when like the baby character becomes corrupted like that.
We could not hope to survive the final days, much less take the battle to Meteion at her nest.
I forget where I've seen that trope
We must
before.
find a way to defeat despair,
If it's a trope.
to unite and prepare as many as possible for the struggle ahead. Heavy will weigh the burden of guiding this legion of souls. Yet I have faith in mankind's potential. As long as he believes in himself, there is naught he cannot achieve.
Here's the moral.
So I will not give up on him. On us. You may find your world to be very different. Or perhaps the erasure of our friends' memories has sown the seeds of a conjunction between us.
And, Hydaelyn ends up becoming a god, so her remembering this doesn't really matter. And she's not taking steps to prevent what was going to happen anyway. Like, it works, but of course, I mean, I'm like, once time travel was involved, I'm like, I still trust the like the writers and stuff. I trust them. And still my hatred for the concept and how it is bumbled all the time. It has holes in it when the writers of other things didn't really think about said holes. It's like, it gets me, but I mean, a lot of people don't try, and I think these guys tried, so it doesn't bother me.
We cannot know until the moment is at hand. So shall I strive to do my best, taking naught for granted as I walk my path.
I think all that matters is that I overall enjoyed this section anyway. The only part I didn't enjoy was chasing Medion around. Otherwise, I was like all in. Oh man, the environment's pretty cool. Like, I mean, floating islands, it was mostly just grass. It's like, whatever, but weird creatures and just the plot. The plot is so good. We have like 2 more areas and 3 more
pray you
levels,
walk with
though.
me to the end. As you move forward, so too will I. As will all, resolved to fight for the morrow. And when mankind has found the strength to stand against despair...
It is interesting, though, because she's like, why would I try to make a plan to escape instead of a plan to fight? And then now she's like, well, this is kind of the same thing, right? Like, even now, she's like, man should stand and fight. So, what happens?
We shall silence the song of oblivion. She who sings it will learn our journey is far from over. This, I promise.
I mean, it could be as simple as, like, she started the escape plan first, right? Because if this doesn't work, it's not certain, then her love for mankind, the mankind will at least live, right? And then once she set the plans in motion, you know, told the rabbits what they need to do, she probably also was working with Sharlayan, right? Just, you know, got that all set up. Those guys can work on their own to get this to work. And then she went ahead and started preparing to try to find like warriors of light and stuff to help. But then why would she do it in
Fare
the
you
first?
well, my light of the future. Till we meet again.
Because it only matters in the source, right? Is Medion only in the source? Yeah, that's what it seems like. Yeah. I don't know. It worked out though, because I'm here. Yippee! I mean, by making an expansion that is basically all mysteries, it does end up being the expansion where you think the most, you know? So there's merit in that. They're gonna be like, why are you wearing Ascian clothes? What happened to your Christmas gear? This is weird. You know, I should have ended up changing into my Christmas stuff before this happened.
I shall strive to bring honor to the seat of Fandania.
Okay, now we're moving back into the future and seeing what happens, I guess. Like, this is time, right? But, like, they're just crystals showing what happens. Specifically? Wait, but well, hold on. Can I get a... Is that just Hydaelyn looking at, the destruction? Oh! We're entering this moment. Nice. This is going to show us how she becomes Hydaelyn. So me calling her Hydaelyn is actually correct.
Even now, I remember standing there, locked in a moment where the sky is aflame.
And why has the sky become aflame, though? Is that...
Where stars fall as tears, and screams darken the seas.
So we know why the transformations happen, which we know is
Where
separate from the sky,
resignation
so...
rots the trees.
Maybe that just shows where it's weakest. Oh yeah, that's the celestial
Where
weakness,
terror
isn't it?
Twists magics into abominations. Such is the lament of they who have gone before.
Oh, that's interesting.
The
That
song of they who tried and failed to create a better world. The song of the end.
they also ended up creating more monsters with their despair, I guess. Just
That
bros
which
hanging
hides
out.
at the edge of the universe is no longer Hope's creation. It is hopelessness incarnate. That day, mankind saw half of its number sacrificed to bring forth Zodiark.
Yeah. I think that's I'm leaving to be sacrificed.
And covering the star in a shroud of ether, we forestalled the final days.
Do you think that's a metaphor for like the theory that we could kind of spray, is it ozone or something? Ozone, I guess, in the ozone layer? Kind of like have a spray and it would cool the planet down a lot, but it would, you know, kind of replace the ozone a bit. But we have to be sure that we can actually, you know, stop this by the time that goes away. Otherwise, they'll just make it a lot worse.
Yet the cries echoed still.
So Zodiark is kind of like that.
We wept for innocence lost, wailed for death inevitable.
Everything is based in truth.
A reality too terrible to bear. And for too many who sought comfort in gilded memories of joyful days and tranquil nights.
Wish. Wrong? What?
This is all wrong. Why must we suffer so?
It needn't be like this.
I guess I should have been calling them ancients.
No. There must be a way to restore things to the way they were. To reclaim the perfect paradise we once had.
No, my friends. Suffering exists, and we cannot pretend otherwise. No civilization, however great, could eliminate it. If we would live, we must accept it as our constant companion.
You know, I didn't even make that connection.
Let us not seek to forget this tragedy. Let us carry it in our hearts, that we may grow stronger and know true happiness.
We can't accept it. We won't accept it. It will be ours again. A world free of sorrow.
No, it will
no.
not. For there has ever been sorrow. Mankind was but spared its biting sting for a time. So please, open your eyes. To try and reclaim those lives we lost by sacrificing yet more isn't wisdom. It is weakness. No paradise is without its shadows. If we cannot accept this truth and learn from our pain, then our plight shall be repeated.
I mean, I don't know if you mean repeated in this sense or if you mean repeated in a general sense. In general, it makes sense. Yeah, because I even said this place is like a happy paradise.
Mighty Zodiac, God born of our boundless faith, we bid you, hear our prayer. Accept this offering of lives, and deliver unto us the lives we once had. Deliver unto us the days of old, the days when the star was a font of love, and we knew naught but bliss.
Yikes. Yeah, no, it's like, it really was all happy and stuff. And then, I mean, Midian could have been like, the way the world isn't right. I have to bring despair. But she's just like, I'm feeling despair. Maybe is what she was like, and I just missed it, but...
You would destroy it? Our beautiful world?
Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all, a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning and my purpose. My love. In spite of, or perhaps because of this, I choose to believe in mankind's potential, in his ability to find a way forward.
As I always say, people always find a way to adapt.
So let there be no way back. From that temptation, I sunder us. No more shall man have wings to bear him to paradise. Henceforth, he shall walk.
Damn. I guess I could just move the mouse off of the screen. I always just move it to the corner. Is this the end of the universe? No. Maybe. Let's hide one. I wonder if you can get that sword.
All is excruciating pain. I breathe fire and torment. I birth a world of suffering to mire and plague. In one fleeting moment, lives come and go, ever moving towards the unknown. And in that fleeting moment, they cry for the answer to the question. Why, given life, are they meant to suffer, to die? As fragmented, imperfect beings, yours is a never-ending quest. A quest to find your purpose, knowing your end is assured.
No, that's not what I looked like.
To find the strength to continue when all strength has left you. To find joy even as darkness descends. And amidst deepest despair, light everlasting.
You think that's like partially why Hydaelyn is opposed to like the Sundering was kind of a part of her plan? It always seemed like it was an accident, but to make people imperfect means that there will always...
A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine.
Like, but always be suffering. So by making the source whole again, they
when
might risk making perfect beings again.
What is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable. Then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Well, it was very literal. it was extremely literal. I thought it was like because of something like who we really are or something. I forget the guy's name. I'm sorry. The more a name of a person or place is said in voice acting, the more likely I am to remember it. But the soul of the guy, it's like a 4 or 5 letter name. Like that's kind of what I figured. And then I'm like, okay, whatever. We'll see when we see. Didn't really think about it more than that. Okay. Well, fortunately, we're going back here. So I can change my glamour and stuff. Sheesh. I don't know if I have the right of it or the complete wrong of it, but those are my ideas. That in protecting humanity's happiness, Hydaelyn it has to inherently cause suffering as well. That's that cruel irony. Actually, can I do it now? Yeah, this is a safe area. So what did I get? Oh, we have to sort this. We have to sort everything again. Actually, by sorting it, I'll kind of end up seeing what new things we got. Look at how much space there is now, though. Like, oh my god. Oh, I could just do this. And by sorting everything, I'm gonna end up decreasing the impact of what we just saw. It was pants, right? 87. I did not sort this. I mean, all these are like 86, right? Maybe I got these instead. I thought I got two things, but maybe I only got the pants. 85. Hey, wait, 87? That on? Oops. This I wouldn't say I'm looking good. That's for sure. Okay. So we're getting all of our additional things here. Sorts. Is 80 really the best we got besides what we're wearing right now? I hate that. Okay. And then glamour plates. Update gear set. That should be good. Okay. Yeah, sheesh. I think, I mean, what Hydaelyn ended up doing is kind of what I'm now being like, that's probably what Medion should have done. Like, realize that the current place is a paradise, and they're eventually gonna all die. And, she tries to cause suffering, and ironically, that causes the apocalypse. But, that would also be kind of tragic, but still. I'm satisfied with what we got. Which is kind of a fucked up thing to say, but whatever. How long was I away? I just kind of figured when you go to the past, whoops, sorry about that. It's kind of an instant thing. I need to figure out how to oil this thing, apparently. This mic stand. Really? Well, probably. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Does it help us find a solution? Yeah, I should be helping them going to Ala Mhigo. I don't want to. Okay, so they can't teleport to the moon, so they're making a rocket. They didn't already have a rocket? That has been years? Oh, it's already happened. Okay. Making a rocket is hard. I mean, sounds fair. God damn it. Actually, thinking on it, shouldn't that have been the first place where there was a significantly small amount of ether? Honestly, maybe it was, but because no one is there to properly communicate it, we just didn't know until now. No, okay, never mind. Yeah, wouldn't that be the first place, though? Why was this poor religious island the original source of it? Honestly, like, though, I'm thinking about it. If it's already 2 in the morning, if I stay, like, I go to bed at, like, I can go to bed at, like, 5. That's only 3 hours from now. Yeah, no, I'm just going to keep going. Well, also, why did I just walk out of the thing? The problem is I need food to sustain myself. I'm not really sure what I can eat. You know what? I'm going to pause and just have some granola, I guess. Hopefully not give myself indigestion. All right. That was longer than expected, but it was good, refreshing. Oh, God. Fine. Yeah, I couldn't help but notice that we have Apocalypse now, which is because I only really noticed because of the thunder, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's familiar. But it's still the same song. It's not, you know, drums. You know, it kind of sucks that the people at Odds on Han, is that how you say it? Like, just dealt with this, and then they were taken to the teleporter via airship, and then they land, and the same shit is happening to them again. In addition, you will be required to participate in battle. Yeah, we're at 88 right now. I might finish this tomorrow, but if not, I have all of Friday to do it. I'm not trying to I mean, yeah, rushing a bit because of spoilers. It's a little bit because I, you know, got spoiled on 2 things and then spoiled myself on another thing. God damn it. But, hold on. But, okay, sorry, but these ones are new, huh? Anyway. Like, it's a part of it. It's not that much, like, I also want to finish before, Saturday, because that's when I'm getting my COVID booster. And I don't know if I might not get sick until the next day.
No. We were promised an
Oh no.
Not the same.
That's what I said. Whoa.
I shall not meet my final days here in this blasted waste. Calm yourselves. Your panic is our greatest enemy.
Did he learn that? Did he know? Did we tell him that? I forget.
Build a line of defense.
I don't think we did, but they probably ended up telling him. Go be a cool dad. I'm gonna clear my throat again.
How?
Leave the fighting to us, Father. You must lead the people to safety.
Yeah, you clearly don't know how to use these anymore. Damn, what a flip. almost sounded like lightning striking.
You shall tend to the refugees. Let us be about it.
Let us be about it. The synchronicity.
As you wish, my little lord.
Little Lord Alphinaud. Also, I'm here. I'm here. Yeah, this is a this is also a solid melody.
I'll command the beast's attention. See to the wounded.
Okay. Wait, is that because I'm a healer? Oh, I'm Alphinaud. Shit. I'm here. I don't know what the hell this shit does. Remember when I was allowed a primer on this stuff? Is this Cure 2, Cure 3? A Levier diagnosis, huh? HP end all nearby. Restore Sucker DP, Cure 300, Potency 400. Erects a barrier, nullifies damage. Okay. This is heal plus barrier. This is heal, group heal, barrier heal. This probably has a slower recast. What's up with my throat? Jesus. I'm sorry. And then damage over time. And then group damage. Okay, gotcha. See, I can deal with this. Sage probably isn't that much different than... Like, is Sage a burst heal thing or what? This is damage over time. Oh, Jesus. Okay, here we go.
Leave it to me.
Can you get over here? Get over here. Jesus. Damn, I should play as this class. The visuals are very cool. Hello, Estinian. Estinian's like, leave it to me. I'm like, I can try. Oh, okay. I don't know what he said. Guys, come... What? But you were just healed. You idiots. You actual morons.
Those who can stand, come with me.
Wait. Oh my god, really? Okay, so I can't spam an AoE attack with this class, at least right now, though, which is unfortunate. But it certainly feels like it does a lot more damage than White Mage. So this is kind of a class if you're confident, I think. Oh, hello.
Easy now. Deep breaths.
Or at least if you're with a team that you're confident with. Because then you have more time to do damage than need to heal, you know what I mean? But if you need to heal more often, I'm sure this class is more of an in-between, whereas White Mage is more about healing.
Worry not for the refugees, but for yourself.
I love... That's like protect the refugees. I love how Alphinaud runs. It's so like stinted. Alright, can I like heal Estinian? Okay. Damage over time. I love triangles, dude. I'll be a healer when I need to. Okay, I need to. Was it this one? It was this one, right? Okay, we should probably heal you before that happens. Is it? I was gonna say it could be worse, but then the second one came, so hey. I'm using like no MP at all though, which is nice. It's so funny. It's not just attacking; it's also like boss mechanics. See, this one isn't as weird for me because this is just this is something I'm familiar with. I am healing him, right? Am I not healing him? Was that the tank buster under him? God damn it. I hate instances, man. I hate them. No, I'm doing this on normal. This I can do on normal. I just don't know what fucking happened there. The fact I had to do it all over again.
I'll command the beast's attention.
You have points that save, dude. I mean, you guys aren't party members. No, okay, it works on people who aren't in your party. Easy.
Leave it to me.
Was I just clicking on this and doing nothing, and then Estinian was doing everything? Because I didn't realize the recast timer was so long. That's the problem with this class so far for me. If the AoE can't be spammed, then what is the point? This is what happens to me when I trip and fall as well.
Those who can stand, come with me.
It's not as loud now because it's not directly in my right ear. Oh, right.
Easy now. Deep breaths.
I literally don't
I
don't remember doing this to a second one. I think it's how his arms are always bent and then move.
But for yourself, boy.
They also just kind of don't look like they have hands on the end of them. Okay, which one's barrier? 3 is barrier. Okay, thank God it's still casted. Okay, I think I'm supposed to have green under it, and I wasn't actually targeting him. Like, I should have realized that immediately once he wasn't being healed, but that's the thing. I'm like, maybe something is fucking with the healing. Maybe the heal on this class just isn't that good. I know what you're thinking. Chris, you've been seeing it for a while now. You know it's actually pretty good, but I don't know, I'm just not used to it. Can I just like do this? See, it doesn't feel like it's doing anything now. See, I feel like they should have done this early on to be like, are you sure you don't want to play Sage? I did put the barrier on him, right? Go, Estinian, go! I can only heal so much. Wow, jeez, that is tight. I would hope he has been. He's had them for a while. Okay, that was a little faster than I was expecting. I thought I was just being extra safe. I wish I had like a heal over time kind of thing. I miss it. I miss it a lot. I love that effect. I love the big area effects. White Mage only has like one of them, and it's Medica 2. Unless you count Holy 3, but you know what I mean. So I'm gonna heal you. Is this like the first time I've played as a healer in an instance? Like, who wasn't it wasn't myself, obviously. Just click on the scene. That's not the button I wanted. If I could assign these to numbers, that'd be nice. And maybe I can. It sounds like something they would allow you to do for something like this, but because then I could just decide it to what my usual keys are or something. Yippee! Yeah, that bomb thing. Oh, I didn't realize that's what you were. Sheesh. Okay. New monsters though. Yeah, Sage seems like something I'm familiar with. It's not cards.
Help!
It's not
Someone, please!
shields. I mean, maybe it is. Look at this thing. How can you be scared of this thing? I'm sorry. Like, it can be creepy, I guess.
I don't want to die.
And you won't. Oh, baby, let's go.
Forward! Let not a single fiend escape.
Fiend.
Wait, that's Euless and the army. So, you've recovered then?
Is he the commander now?
Time enough to be of aid, for once.
For once. Hey, better now than not, right?
We can speak of it more later. For now, we must fight.
Yeah, Magitech armor will be very helpful here.
Or with better. For Garlemald has her pride.
Yay!
Of that I've no doubt.
Take that, first leader.
Good gods. Of all possible saviors, the Imperial Army.
You love to see it. Oh.
I had hoped to take all of them down at once.
Think a withdrawal might be in order?
Oh, sod that.
Sod that.
Would never abandon these people to their fate. To be
Oh, it did say
devoured
earlier,
by their
didn't
former
it?
Friends. That'd be beyond cruel. These beasts must fall here and now.
She's in her
Well
shorts.
then, I'd say it's high time we threw caution to the winds.
So long as you spare me the heroic sacrifices. Now, let's go.
I will say, oh no. As far as attention to detail, this is one that they missed. They made this area feel so cold, and then now it's just like, actually, you're just supposed to ignore that. It's just a snowy landscape now. All right, they're so patient. Look at them. Damage. But their combos, the combo will start again. But they're not ready? You mean if I do something else? I mean, combo, deal damage to all nearby enemies. AoE. So, I don't know. Recast 40? Okay, that's the difference. Delivers an attack. Okay, so AoE, bigger AoE. Cure. Yay! Increases damage. Limit break, I guess. Remember that limit break exists, Chris. The stock horse sound effect. You know it's a stock horse sound effect too. Alright, let's send it. Oh, jeez. Oh my god, is this the power of DPS? Holy shit! Sorry, combo. Oh my god! That did so much damage! Alright, remember, AoE move. And then another... Oh, I guess I'm supposed to take these guys. That's not really what I wanted, but... Oh my god! This damage for an AoE move, no less. I gotta play DPS at one point, dude. I mean, I want to try all the classes at some point. Like all the... Sorry, DPS, tank, healer, at least. I mean, honestly... if I didn't have such a backlog, I would like to try all the classes as well. I mean, that's what everyone does, right? Everyone levels them to level 80 and stuff. Oh, no, you don't. Oh, wait, I can use the big combo now. This one's not like the rest. It's probably going to do boss moves.
I'm fine.
Let's get the combo out before it does, though. And the big one. Am I supposed to heal Grahatia as well? No, he's the healer. Okay, okay, okay. To not be the healer for once, am I right? I can't believe this debuff is... It takes forever, man.
Not today.
Oh, thank God moving doesn't interrupt the combo. I figured it would. Yeah, normally you don't hover the mouse over your moves when you use them. Wait, but I do for my top moves. Do these just show up here? Maybe they do, but I don't use them often enough. And what kind of healer are you? To the other side. Oh yeah, thank you. Oh wait, I have my cool combo. Pay attention, Chris. Pay attention, Chris. Target is not in range, my ass. Yeah, I'm like, what's the point of having two combos? Because one of them is the big combo, and it's satisfying to use.
I'm not done yet.
Whereas the other is the combo that you always have so that you can keep doing damage, because who wants to not do anything? I'm expecting that this is expected to go on until we fill the limit break gauge. So just whenever there aren't bars around it, that's when the combo's over. Okay, good to know. Good to know.
None to worry about.
Curse you. I want to use Z. Rocks?
The air crackles with energy. Find cover.
That's probably... Oh, I see it now. Okay. I gotcha. Oh, I thought large things appeared at the sides.
Turnabout's fair play.
I don't like the delivery of that line. Fair play. Grahatia won't let me die, right? This is probably more satisfying if you press it as buttons. But whatever. Alright, I will help myself a bit. Oh, we can limit break it.
On guard.
I'm still going. I was like, wait, was that it? It didn't do anything. Alright, who am I going to play as after this? Because it's always like 4 with these, right? I hate the texture on it.
Maybe there really is no way to bring them back.
Why didn't it disappear immediately?
Thank you for saving our lives once again. I remember you from Purusha. You helped us there too, didn't you?
Yeah.
Ah, you're from Palaka's stand. I'm glad you're still in one piece.
Vercure.
Oh, you will be, once I see to that injury of yours.
Oh, there it goes. I like how it explodes and then like kind of
Look out!
goes down like water, but it still has that kind of airiness to it. We didn't get to see where that actually came from. Sword and Shield mains.
Get out of here! Quickly!
I won't lose them. Not a one. This will be a brighter future. I won't let a madman's apocalypse ruin everything we've fought to achieve!
Is this supposed to be stretched out like that? You didn't die just to that.
Get it together, Alize. You're embarrassing yourself. And in front of father, no less.
Priorities.
You might never measure up to our champion. But we ask too much of him as it is. You mustn't let our sword in the darkness fight alone.
Ah. I mean, you do damage and you heal. Why am I not running? Gotta make a dramatic entrance.
Oh.
Am I leaving behind footprints? I'm not. I'm back. I am back.
I can look after myself, you know.
Good YouTube poop.
Everything's in order, I trust?
No, it's still alive.
I've had enough of this rabble. Come on!
Finally, I can be myself and spam. Camera, why? Finally, I can be myself and spam Glare 3. You love to see it. In the coming battle, you will fight as Christmas. That would be really funny if you could like take control of one of your friends. Actually, I'm surprised they haven't done that in a dungeon yet. That's probably impossible to do. You know? Oh, is he playing tank now because of the Sword and Shield? I see. Does his role change depending on if you're healer or tank or something? But yeah, it'd be cool if you could be, like one of, like it changes your role in the middle of a fight to like someone else. But that's probably beyond them. I wonder if they've had the idea though. Well, this is going by a lot faster with me here, so maybe I just have the crisp buff. Actually, I have the Wahoo Rat. It's not like the edge of the arena is really that bad, is it?
I had a
feeling what the
I'd
hell?
find you here.
Did you just come out of its corpse or something?
The last of the worst troublemakers. With me.
Heal the tank. You know what? Have another one. Why not? You know what? Have this as well. Why not? Actually, you know what? I might as well do this. I was holding shift there. Okay, Alphino's here as well. Maybe I should have pressed A. just press 1. I always feel like lucid dreaming has a longer cooldown than it actually does. Did I get out just in time? That's new. Normally when I get really close to something like that, I never actually make it. No, I wanted to do that. Alpha, no! No, Alpha, no! I'm the healer here. You just focus on your superior damage. Wait. There we go. I almost did that backwards. Why are you doing your AoE attack? Yeah, there's a benefit to playing other classes if you have other effects on. You can see what your teammates are doing and then go, why are you doing that? This is what I worry people do with me. It's like, Chris, no one pays attention to you to that extent. Incorrect! Why would I do that? My damage is so much worse. I mean, unless it isn't because of Wahoo Rat. I was gonna use rescue. I don't even know where it is anymore. Guys, were they just like, we can make white mage, but with more blinding effects? I mean, this works for me.
Where were we?
This thing isn't scary, but it has a lot of health, that's for sure. I love how AI moves, man. Like, it's so matter of fact. Can we limit break this one? Sheesh. Once again, that's probably something that's a lot better for DPS, especially because you have Alpha no healing. And he's AI. He's not going to let you die. Look at those teeth. Oh my god, it's almost 3 a.m. already. I was gonna say, where did the time go? But I did spend a lot of time, like, making 3 different things of food.
You must board without delay. The ship will depart ere long.
Your offer to host us in Sharlayan is most appreciated. But will the final days not soon fall upon it as well?
In
Your
Sharlayan?
hesitation is not unwarranted. The satrap entrusted me with your lives, yet I have failed your comrades. Nor are you wrong to fear that this corruption will continue to spread.
Are you the only ones left?
I cannot promise you complete safety, even in my homeland. What I can promise is that I will do all in my power to protect you.
Did you do anything? I thought we were going to see Action Dad.
That power is not inconsiderable. Even now, my countrymen are preparing the vessel that will deliver us to a sanctuary on the moon. Join us on our journey there, and beyond, to new horizons. Come to old Sharlayan. Please.
What about the plan for the teleport? Are you just abandoning that because it's too dangerous at this point? I mean, is it? It's just the like meteors that aren't going to hit you. That's the only different thing here, right?
Offer made in earnest.
Everyone else is transforming anyway, regardless of if the sky is red. Maybe it happens more easily here. I don't know.
It seems they've a new destination.
My mouse died. I was like, wait, why isn't that moving? Alright. Just use the PS4 controller thing. This is not optimal, and the wire will probably end up making noise, as you can probably hear. Or at least all the shit on my desk. There we go. Let's see. Get this wrapper out of here. It's a straw wrapper of all things. Like what? It should be fine.
The people of Radz-at-Han have known too much suffering. The march to Garlemald will only bring them more, short though it may be.
It's really not that far from
Quite
here,
agree.
though.
Fortunately, they have you to look after them.
Yes. Well.
My son complimented me. Oh my god. What about the people of Garlemald?
Behind you! Just there!
It's like, jeez, can you guys stop already?
More of them.
This thing doesn't look like it moves fast. It's just big, so its steps cover more ground. Oh, hello. Thanks for the help.
Xenos.
Question mark. It's not surprising that he's here.
You'll be all right. Hurry to the airship.
Okay, Xenos, what do you want now?
Why have you come?
A heretofore unseen beast. 'Twas ripe for the slaying.
A heretofore? What?
Poor sport, alas. Unfit to temper my blade.
Oh, for the love of... You cannot still be on about a rematch.
I mean, at this point, he's probably like, well, the world is ending. I'm not going to have enough time to make this as optimal as I want. So can we just do it now?
That is and has ever been my sole concern.
He/the writers are just self-aware of it.
You, on the other hand, are fixated on a different quarry.
Yeah, the end of the world, man.
Your passion pales before mine. Yet neither hate nor despair seems sufficient to recapture your misdirected bloodlust.
What's your plan, Xenos? Do you have a plan then?
So I hone my blade, and I wait.
Okay.
That's it. That's all you care about.
Most players upon
Garlemald is in ruins.
halfway through
Our
Stormblood.
homeland, the nation you rule, is as good as gone. Along with so many of its people. Not just soldiers like us. Not only those who fought and killed for power and duty. Innocent civilians. Murdered by their own flesh and blood. Lost and confused as they breathed their last.
Yeah, let's not forget that Xenos did
With
this.
our lives and minds intact, were left to freeze to death. The Eorzeans tell me all this was your doing. You slaughtered your countrymen. You did. For what?
To make Christmas Smith
For
angry.
nothing in the end. So much wasted effort.
You.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
You bastard!
For your own sake, Eulus, you must control your anger.
But will anger turn him into one? I don't think it will.
It will serve no one should it consume you and see you transformed.
Oh, anger can do it too?
Would you be happier had I a good reason?
Yes.
What?
That's how villains
If my
work.
motives met with your approval, would you no longer resent the outcome?
Okay, no,
If
I see what
so,
you're getting
then
at, but
perhaps a beast's skin would suit you better. Duty, honor, morality. All constructs of convenience when put to proof.
I was hoping he actually had a second motive, and he was gonna reveal it. But that wouldn't be Xenos.
Surely the war taught you how easily power becomes the tool of the self-righteous. How the people's justice was merely a means to their ends. Yet you would ask me why. Ask any creature of this star and those above for answers, and they will tell you what suits their fancy. And they would be right to do so. What meaning there is to be found in the petty vicissitudes of your existence must be gleaned by you, and you alone.
Vicissitude.
A change of circumstances or fortune, typically one that is unwelcome or unpleasant.
Should you seek it in battle in the fruitless pursuit of my demise, then come. Assume your rightful place as a notch on my blade.
You are a blight on the Garlean race, and there would be no more satisfying way to expunge it than by beating you to death.
Beating you to death with like a bludgeon. Hey, you know, that's honesty. But
I will not be party to another tragedy. I refuse to lose anyone else because of you. So go. Go! And may we never suffer your madness again!
I mean, that's the funny thing about Xenos. The best way to deal with him is probably just to ignore him. Like, you know, that common practice that they say, like, the best way to deal with a bully is just to ignore them. They like feeding off of your anger and stuff and sadness. If you just ignore them and be bigger than them, then they'll have nowhere to go. I feel like that would actually work on Xenos. Xenos, no one cares about you. Except Alisaie, apparently.
Perhaps you found meaning in living this way. I cannot deny you found strength.
I guess technically true.
Yet if you only pursue your hedonistic pleasures
That was hedonistic.
and pay no heed to the plight of others, then no one will give you the time of day.
Exactly what I'm saying. Anyway.
Hedonistic.
What does Merriam-Webster have to say?
Hedonistic.
Okay, just making sure. I feel like we have a lot of Yep. I'm gonna prove my point by saying word wrong. We have a lot of mispronunciations this expansion, or they could be alternate. I don't know, but Chris, you're nitpicking. It's like it's not something I really care about. It's just something I'm noticing.
You will never get what you want. Not even the battle you pine for so dearly. You'll be alone for an eternity, and you'll deserve every agonizing second of it.
Speaking of space, we should launch Xenos into space so that he's alone forever. What if we just never see Xenos after this? Someone just said, it's kind of sad, really. Like, they give him footprints, but not me.
The refugee ships will be leaving shortly, but I've asked mine to remain for the time being. There's room enough for you to join me on it, if you wish. Do contain your surprise. I needn't agree with the Scion's methods or intentions to acknowledge that their deeds are deserving of gratitude.
We'll take it.
We appreciate the offer. But might I ask why you are delaying your departure? I presume it is not solely for our benefit.
I must visit Garlemald ere we return to Sharlayan. Having caused such an uproar, it is only meet that I explain myself to the Ilsabard contingent.
Allow us to accompany you then. We should be glad to facilitate, given our familiarity with all concerned. If you would like to join as well, Eulus, we can speak of recent events on the way.
Oh, you're gonna want to hear this. They're just going.
He'll be after your seat on the forum next.
We love Estinian. Does everyone have duck feet here? Jeez. I hate the term, but it's still a thing. Yeah, I guess the tower is still there, huh? I mean, where else would the teleporter be? But what, is that tower not also a result of, what was the big old primal's name? I forget. He's gonna remember what she said.
No major injuries then. Good. I briefed the recovered soldiers and sent them on their way as quickly as I could, but nevertheless feared they would not make it in time.
The additional support was invaluable. Your men saved more than a few lives. Though not all, I regret to say.
Do we not tell them the story? Like, what we experienced in the
I take it
past?
that I'm addressing Lucia Junius. I'm the forum's envoy, Fortuno Leveilleur.
Because, like, it's spelled envoy, right? So that's how you would say it, but everyone says envoy. I know, I'm sorry. Once again, I'm not punching down on the game.
Envoy.
Okay. Have I just been saying it incorrectly?
Envoy. Envoy.
God damn it. Words are stupid. It can be both. Stupid words. Stupid words.
And you are owed an explanation for these most dire developments.
Okay, hold on, let me click out and then click in. No, okay, it does still progress text boxes. I thought I clicked in there and then it didn't do anything. I was like, oh, that's actually good knowledge to have. So late, but whatever.
Another trial wrought by the final days. I was beginning to suspect as much. You doubtless feel some consternation having been forced to abandon your original plan. But trust me when I say you were right to send the refugees elsewhere. Beasts have been sighted within the capital. Perhaps it was a stroke of grim fortune that the population was decimated beforehand. As they've yet to appear in any great number, but in time. In any case, Maxima leads the remainder of the contingent in an effort to cull the creatures and evacuate the populace as we speak. Once the airships have taken to the skies, I pray your men can be persuaded to join him.
You'll permit us to retain our weapons?
Sure.
I wouldn't have sent you after the Scions were I expecting you to stab them in the back.
So we already know you're a G.
And
We
I,
already
for
knew
one,
that.
would not consider past transgressions more relevant than future contributions. Regardless of the circumstances that saw us at odds before, we need men of courage now, more than ever.
I wouldn't have said that. I would have said we're G's now. And we need men of courage. The wide eyes. Alice, do you have anything to say? No? Yeah.
We swore to defend Garlemald, and so we shall.
It seems you have everything under control. You will excuse me then, for mine own duties await.
A moment, Master Fortuno.
Or should I say,
You did desire
Dad?
to express your appreciation for services rendered, did you not?
I did. Though if you intend to again ask that Sharlayan alter its course, you will find my gratitude insufficient.
Okay, we'll just keep building the
'Tis nothing
gratitude
so
then.
onerous. I wish to hear the details of this grand endeavor of yours.
What, the rocket? I want to hear about the rocket too.
Do you swear to listen and to learn, and not to embark upon some scheme to impede us?
Will my details be used against me?
I swear.
We can't swear that for sure.
Any other I would doubt, but you I trust to keep your word. For not once have you broken it. Very well. I will request that the Forum make you privy to our plans. You may await our summons at the Baldessian Annex, assuming the decision is in your favor. Does that suffice?
It does. You have my thanks.
I mean, we know so much more than you. Like,
Excellent. You can regale us with tales of your most recent sojourn to the First while we wait.
I guess it was technically to the First. And then we time traveled to the Source? I guess the First was the Source back then.
Here's something just now.
So it actually makes sense. Okay. With how over the top this is, I have a feeling this is like a joke. But also, why are you here? Was it Pudding Way? Yeah.
Is this star's blasted pudding?
Actually, how do you even know what pudding is? Considering you guys only have carrots. Why are you guys here? Yeah, do Alvino and Ellie say and
Dawn
everyone
may banish even the darkest night.
Do they know about these
And
tiny
to this
creatures?
bitter climb bring warmth and comfort.
Well, I guess they know about it. Probably never seen them. Hello, Urianger. I'm glad you convinced them to come to the planet.
'Tis heartening to see such an assembly upon my return. I thought often of you whilst I looked down upon our star's brilliance from the moon above.
Yes, but what are you doing here? And dressed like that? Aren't you cold?
You're one to talk.
Verily,
I fear for my health should I proceed to expound upon our purpose ere I procure more suitable garments.
Then allow me to summarize. We're here because none of you lot are up there. Nor has anyone deigned to send word about any changes in the plans. It's rude, is what it is.
Damn.
At least that's what I thought at first, but then folks got to wondering if you weren't in a spot of bother, so we decided to take matters into our own hands. Come down here and help, if our help be needed.
I mean...
So she says, but it's also something of a convenient excuse to visit Aetheris. Urianger made it sound absolutely marvelous. More so before the impending doom, but still.
It's not really marvelous now.
There will ever be a better time. What with the aforementioned doom?
True.
Marvelous, they say, yet not an ounce of pudding to be found. I must suffer Urianger's inferior works no more.
Comedy.
Hey! Maybe consider the plight of present company before you go blathering on about pudding and doom?
100% orange juice be like.
Ahem. As I was saying, should you require...
No, not this song again, please.
Whatever, we are at your disposal. We were born from Hydaelyn's love for the lives of this star, so naturally we would much prefer to see them continue. Twiddling our thumbs up on the moon is hardly conducive to that, though, is it? Not when you've all got such precious thoughts and feelings and hopes for the future deserving of more active preservation. Speaking to Urianger made us realize that while we've carried out our duties to the letter, we've failed to fulfill them in spirit.
True.
From there, it was just a hop, skip, and a jump towards resolving to do better. So please, show us how. Help us help you.
Forgive me, but are they...
Thy distant collaborators, indeed.
Do you not know what they
Hello,
are?
well met. You'd be a member of the Forum, would you? It's an honor and a pleasure to meet you at last.
Do they just send stuff up in rockets or something?
Hydaelyn's right paw! That last bit is very important. As am I, if I may humbly say so myself.
I bid you welcome to our star, Livingway.
He's not the kind of guy who would.
On behalf
like,
of the Forum,
just so
I
discordant.
thank you for traveling such a distance to meet us. As you have surmised, preparations for the Exodus have not proceeded as smoothly as we had hoped. I should be happy to personally escort you to our headquarters in Sharlayan, where you may advise us as you deem fit.
Yeah, these guys would probably know how to build a rocket.
'Twas with reluctance that I set aside the great work of readying the moon for habitation. Be assured that I did so only after the Loperids made plain their earnest desire to come hither, and I myself felt a growing certainty that their contributions here would prove invaluable. 'Tis trite, perhaps, but I followed my heart. For a time, at least. Nevertheless, 'twas worth the journey to find present company well.
Hey, Urianger, you're going to want to hear this, by the way,
Will
where
thou
I've
attend
been.
us at the Forum and lend thine own wisdom?
If that's all quite settled, can we start moving before Urianger catches his death?
Same with you guys. Whoops. I
I
skipped
dare
that,
say
man.
you'll warm up quickly once you're aboard the airship. Sat shoulder to shoulder with our fur-covered friends.
Wait, where the hell are we? Whoops. I don't know what center is. I wonder if there's a way to confirm that. God damn it. Oh, okay, we're here. What do you give? Oh no, the sightseeing log. I mean, I guess I've done some things, but like... Okay, I guess now we'll start seeing these around the place. That's so funny. Like the moon and the past. Yeah, how do you know about that? It's like, who cares? Who cares? It's actually kind of funny. You must be level 80 or... Oh, yeah. No, I am. I read that as 90. Is this the same person who had this thing from before? Probably not. Silly. I'm just gonna teleport here. The wire's wrapped up with my earbud cord. That's annoying. Tick, 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 tick. Yippee! Sorry, hop, hop, hooray! Man, they know nothing. They know nothing. Yeah, dude, her Albus flower. Dynamis. I'm just gonna write it. I'm just gonna write it. Stadium's like, oh, finally, something I can kill. Tracking device. See, that's what I was starting to think. But then I just kept calling her Heidelin anyway because I forgot Vana. Unsurprising. the rocket. You know, it would be so cool if it was the moon. Because he said we can hop from star to star, like... So, obviously they have teleportation stuff. So it shouldn't be a problem getting there, I feel like. I'm glad we could ask, maybe. Yeah, now we know more than they do. Go get him, Grandma. You know, in a way, I realized her protecting the moon is also very important, because that is not only where the Loporrits were, but also the vessel for them to get away. So if he destroyed the moon in the process, that would be a huge problem for her. Fuck those guys. I'm sorry, I always say you're very short. It's our right to choose Estinian, but like, apparently it's not. Sorry, for some reason I just blanked out. Yeah, that's true as well. Not just the moon, using the moon as a ship, but they would also know how to get there and stuff. Oh yeah, right, I don't have to look at the map anymore. Every time, man. Yeah, I might just want to go to bed soon anyway, because I might be getting tired. We'll see. But like, I guess the limit of how long I want to go is like an hour and 30 minutes. So we'll see how much of that I do. Also, can you believe it's only been 3.5 hours? Like, I don't know, it just feels like, because like, I know I did like 2 other recordings today or something, but it feels like when all the shit went down, like, it doesn't feel like it was only 3 hours ago. Sheesh. I mean, sure, whatever. Well, if they had me unequip it, it's like, you need to unequip it. You know what? I'm civil. I'll walk around. Oh, wait. I don't even, that's not even what I'm supposed to do. Ancient one. Whoa, how do you get that? Whoa, how do you... Hell, how do you get that? I want that.
There is a matter I wish to raise with you before we enter. We are here to listen and to learn. But if the Forum's plans are more or less what I expect, then I should like to make a proposal that will serve our ends.
This is like when you're doing a school play and all the parents are outside and the teacher is kind of giving you like, remember to do this and this and this.
By your leave, of course.
Don't embarrass us.
I don't see why not. Your words and wits have gotten us this far.
I mean, I was going to say, like, you're not very good with your words, so whoops.
Agreed. I will present our queries so that you may consider the most advantageous way to advance your proposal without distraction.
Thank you, everyone.
If I may have your attention, the ad hoc session will now commence.
Yeah, everyone had to gather here
The purpose
again.
of today's assembly is to brief the Scions of the Seventh Dawn at their request on the Great Exodus.
Like, 80% of these people are probably like, I don't have to be here.
You may enter.
Actually, there are like 100 of them, right? Or 99 of them. So you could say like probably 95% of them are like, I don't have to be here. But no, we're the Forum. We do everything together.
On behalf of the Forum, I commend your heroic actions on the Magna Glaciers. We shall not soon forget your service to us and the people of Radzad-Han.
What's up with this gap?
The Satrap, whom we have informed of the refugees' new arrangements, sings your praises as well. As an expression of our gratitude,
Yay!
we will endeavor to answer your questions as fully and openly as we are able.
Then let us begin. First, it is the Forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of this star to the moon. Am I correct?
You are. It is for this purpose that Sharlayan has labored these many long years. We have collected biological samples and scientific records from across the star. When the time comes, they will be moved from their places in Labyrinthos and Numenor and conveyed to safety.
I don't know. I feel like if the Gleaners knew about this, they would be more like... They would do their jobs even better. You know what I mean?
Once that critical task has been accomplished, we will begin transporting the Sharlayan citizenry, which has been categorized into groups. The earliest arrivals are to ensure hospitable environs for those who come after. Following our people, we will send those of other nations in turn, beginning with our allies. Radzad-Han was foremost among these, but since the final days have already come to Thavnair, we saw fit to include the refugees with earlier groupings.
An ambitious plan. You have accounted for the safety of all nations and tribes, then?
I mean, I would hope that you would at least try to get, like, a handful of every nation and tribe on first, then do whatever you wanted.
As many as we can.
Ellipses.
And how, pray tell, do you decide who to leave behind?
To journey beyond the sky is an unprecedented and immeasurably difficult endeavor. Introducing sources of inevitable conflict would condemn all to certain death.
Questions as to the validity of that approach aside, are your plans proceeding apace? We're under the impression that your primary means of celestial transportation is incomplete.
If only in that it does not meet our optimal parameters, that is correct.
I mean, it's a rocket ship. It needs to meet optimal parameters. Otherwise, you have a panel that's missing, and then the entire thing combusts into flames because of friction. So the answer is no, it's not complete.
This arc, as some have taken to calling it, is fully operational and could be launched even today. However, the final days have progressed more quickly than we anticipated. At present, the ship is incapable of attaining speeds sufficient to meet our evacuation targets. Should we put the vessel into service, as it is now, we will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips. Precious lives and knowledge will be lost.
I'm glad you said lives there
Is there
first.
anything to be done?
The teleportation device.
The ether burner, the primary means of propulsion once the craft is in the space between stars, is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient. Though cargo is being loaded for the initial phase of the Exodus, we are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before launch, should it prove necessary.
What if the Scions were to solve your problem?
And how, pray
We
tell?
shall help devise a means to improve the ether burner's efficiency. On 2 conditions.
It's probably like, oh great, on 2 conditions.
If we succeed, you must allow us to meet with Hydaelyn.
Nice.
"'Twas simple enough to deduce. You have a Concord, and so you would never have abandoned the Anti-Tower had you no other means of communication. One far more convenient, I suspect.
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your Ark.
Okay, I guess we're not going on the moon. We should be going on the moon, though.
We would be at liberty to refuse this proposal.
Okay. You're not going to believe this, but like...
Of course. If we cannot prove its merit to the 99 here, who are we to stake on it the lives of all peoples of this star?
Yeah, I mean, I guess if we took the moon, that's like our escape plan. That would be kind of risky. But it'd be cool.
Delightful as always, Master Alphinaud.
This guy loves us, man.
Oh, we couldn't have asked for a finer plan. Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware until moments ago. What could possibly go wrong?
It's true as well.
Satire writes itself. Yet, what field has not benefited from a change in perspective? When we are at wit's end, what we need is not the same dry theories recited ad nauseam, but fresh inspiration.
I mean, we do have a stake in fixing this if we're gonna be using this to go to the end of the universe as well. So where did they go from here? The Final Fantasy devs, like, honestly.
Have faith in my erstwhile students to provide it, and I find their terms to be perfectly acceptable.
Like, last time we went to an alternate reality. Like, another world, basically. Another realm. I don't even know how you just... A dimension? Like, I don't even know how you describe the first. And then now we're going to the edge of the universe. Like, where else... What other crazy locale is there left?
Order! Order! We have no time to waste on debate. I call a vote. All in favor of agreeing to the Scion's terms?
It's like, they're probably not going to do it, but they have... Like, if they do it, then sure, we can tell them. Like, if they do it, that'd be a miracle. We'll do whatever to get our stupid rocket working. Like, what if they said no? Where would the plot go? Oh, damn, let's go.
71 in favor, 28 against. The ayes have it.
The ayes? Did you say the nays have it last time?
Fortuneau, as the architect of this project, you are the best candidate to show them its current state. And bear in mind that regardless of your personal misgivings, this is the will of the Forum.
He was not raising his hand, that's for sure.
Very well.
That's probably why everyone else was still raising their hand. Just to show that he wasn't.
I call this session to a close. Return to your tasks with urgency. The final days wait for none.
Okay, so now, in case you haven't caught up with us, now in the plot we're building a rocket engine. Okay. Maybe I should change my minion to Usapion. I probably should have from the beginning, huh? Yep, that's what I said. Sid. Well, it's an Aether burner, I guess. Can we please drag Sid out of the raids, please? There has to be a reason that they don't want him in the main story. You think it's because he's just a Final Fantasy staple, so he really should have more cameos than a main story thing after... At least after the beginning, or maybe they had a change of heart. I don't know. How are they going to get it out of there? Well, they probably have a big old door. A big old space door. Or not a big old space door. A big old rocket door that opens... There are like 10 of them that all open. Yay, in its wisdom. Dude, are we gonna get to talk to the guy who was in here and be like, you have to let us on the elevator now. Oh, maybe not. What was that? Too bad all the feels for you. Oh no, not the song again. No, I don't want to ugly cry this late at night. But please don't spoil anything. But yeah, since this is Ultros, this is the East Coast server, right? Which means that for most people here, unless you're from Northern Ireland, it's like 4 in the morning. So let it all out. It's good for you. I should really not read this. But then again, I'm the guy who clicked on a Discord spoiler warning that was like, this is a really big spoiler. Like, I wish I could remember the wording of it. Oh, we really haven't visited anywhere around here, huh? Okay, so we're still, for probably the next, like, at least 3 hours, not visiting the 5th of 6 areas. I don't even know what the 5th area can be. Apparently the music slaps in it. That's all I know. This game is good at making people ugly cry. I wish I was one of the people who, like, cried at this game. It's kind of surprising that I'm not, honestly, because I do get pretty emotional at things. Like movies and shows and stuff. And games. Which is weird because, like, I have quite a handful of friends who are like, oh yeah, Final Fantasy XIV makes me cry. You know, they have lines, they post lines, and they're like, oh, this hit me so hard. And, you know, if you were cynical, you could be like, oh, well, Chris, that's probably because, what's up with that? What the heck? It's always because you make light of stuff that happens in the game. Which, like, I do. I'm not going to deny that. But that doesn't mean I don't respect it. That doesn't mean I don't think that grave scenarios are, like, impactful or meaningful or anything to me. It's, I'm just having fun, you know? Anyway. Could we have just gone in here at any point? Or was there someone, was there someone, like, standing in the way? I mean, there's a next lift, apparently, so. Yeah, speaking of rain. What about me? So I didn't know these guys have been down here before. I thought this was a secret thing. How clouds are made, and he decided to show me. I mean, fair. Talk about, like, you could have just explained it in 2 seconds, but you took your kid on a field trip to this thing. It's like, no more happy music. The dad is here. Yep. I don't want to spoil a movie. But man, when, like, the tools for, the tools that they were going to use for, like, inhabiting a new planet were used in another way. Oh, it's so good. Thank you, the will of the forum. What a reaction. Maybe I'll see the rocket and then go to bed. Because I do have an extra hour, but I should probably have time to myself. I know, like, I've been telling myself that the queue time is that time, but, you know, just be able to wake up or maybe sleep in if I want and have like an hour to just wake up, have cereal, scroll the internet, hang out. I don't know, I feel like if anyone in this game is going to turn me gay, it'll be Flodeus. I mean, imagine seeing this in chat without having been to the last area we were in the past. Care for names and such. This is a low-level area as well. Yes. Exactly what I was saying. No, because of people that don't know. Like, last half of Stormblood and all of Shadowbringers and moments here. Just, I'm a little bitch. And all my feels are on my sleeves. Yeah, I kind of want to see what the plan for this is. And then that's the thing. It's like, I want to see what we're doing next. We're all being built a rocket. I could stop here. That's what we're doing next. But now it's like, well, I want to see the rocket and then figure out what we want to do next after that. And then we'll have that idea in mind. And then I'll be like, okay, but what do we do after that? I'm going to keep playing until we find out what we do after that. And that's the problem with this game. It's a good problem to have, but still. Time flies. You just see this and you're compelled to click on it, even when you say I'm gonna stop now, and then you just want to keep seeing what's gonna happen next. But maybe that's more of an Endwalker thing. Endwalker has been really good about that. I didn't talk to Estinian, did I? Yeah, I almost definitely can't do the Aether Currents anyway. Could we have seen this area before? I feel like... No, never mind. I feel like we did. I remember seeing these barriers and being like, whoa. I can't believe this is the song we're going to deal with. What is this? The color certainly isn't appealing. Why do you guys just have assholes everywhere? Because it's a video game and we need to have enemies all around the maps. Something attention to detail. I know they explained it as like, we just have shit around so that they can do their environment shit. But then they like probably even the ones that cause problems, but like, that's kind of implied, right? But still. Oh my god.
No, been there, done that. Damn near lost my eyebrows.
Think, Coco, think! We'd be well on our way to paradise. Visionaries patting themselves on the backs for their grand accomplishments if you'd only think!
Sid 2.
Yes, that does sound rather lovely.
Yeah! I mean, Master Force, you know, what a pleasant surprise. We're not blasting off already, are we?
The schedule remains unchanged, for better
I love this sheer difference between these two characters.
Which is why the Forum has elected to accept assistance in resolving the Etherburner conundrum.
Huh. Not seen you lot down here before.
There are Archons among their number, but engineering is not their expertise. Nevertheless, the Forum concedes the slim possibility that they may have insights to offer. If not, you are at liberty to return them to the surface, by whatever means you see fit.
Excuse me?
I assure you that won't be necessary. Now, about your troubles with the Etherburner.
I genuinely thought he was going to step forward and then kneel down. It's like, that's not how you do it, Alpha no.
Aye, aye, I'll walk you through it. Suppose I could do with a change of pace. As the name ought to tell you, the Etherburner burns ether, ambient or otherwise, and transforms it into motive force. Think of it like a giant bomb that never stops exploding. Even out in that black void where the ether's right sparse, it's strong enough to move our arc. And it probably won't kill you like an actual bomb.
Do they know how space works? Like, that would probably help them out.
But it ain't perfect.
Like, no air friction and stuff.
According to my calculations, to travel to the moon and back fast enough for the Forum's liking, the conversion rate needs to be 6% more efficient.
6%?
A measly 6%, you say? But if I could have squeezed even another 0.6 out of it, don't you think I'd have built it that way in the first place?
Hast thou consulted with the Loperids?
Yes, they too are conducting their own research, for lack of a ready answer. The moon's propulsion systems are considerable, naturally, yet they are commensurately massive. It is no easy feat to convert their technology into an efficient means of propulsion for a teeny tiny toy boat, as they say, and as I most certainly do not.
Yes, exactly! Damn it all, I asked for refined adamantite and they send me uppity rabbits with inscrutable, ancient, incompatible technology! You're trying to drive me mad!
Do you speak of Allagan refined adamantite, perchance?
You know of it?
Only in the
Makes
most
sense.
general terms, I'm afraid. 'Twas an alloy of Allagan make, but the secrets of its production were closely guarded. As I recall, the record stated it was vital to Dalamud's construction and launch.
That would make sense.
Aye, that's the stuff. No material more conductive far as I know. Slotting some ins like blowing up a dam and watching the river of ether come rushing through. Ain't a living
This
soul
guy's
that knows how
voice.
to make it though. We were fortunate enough to salvage some for the Etherburner, just a wee bit, mind, from a chunk of Dalamud that came hurtling into the Northern Empty during the calamity. With more, well, that extra 6% efficiency would be child's play. It's a crying shame that we've no other sources.
Oh, I think this is where our expertise can come in.
Surely the many shards of Dalamud scattered throughout Eorzea would suffice. Why not get the refined adamantite from them?
Oh, we tried, believe you me. But only a few specialised pieces would have had any in them to begin with. Drive calls from Ragnarok class internment hulks. Those are the prize bits we really need. But according to the Gleaners, getting to them means delving deep into the shards. And the defences are still very operational and very eager to blow them up.
Oh, perfect! A dungeon!
It's rough going in there, even for the cream. Not sure they'd make it out alive.
Weren't we near that part of the Ragnarok when we went to destroy Bahamut?
This sounds like a job for someone else. Oh, how straightforward this question is. You want me to do it?
That may be for the best, though you doubtless find the task too dull for your liking.
There are multiple internment hulks in Eorzea alone, so handling this ourselves may not be the most efficient option. Rather, if we could salvage adamantite from the shards simultaneously... Thancred, is the link shell we established before you went to Garlemald still active?
Of course. The floor is yours.
That's how they always throw and catch things. Especially
What's all this?
catch it. So listen.
Gathering firewood, so to speak. We alone can
This guy
accomplish little.
loves
But
firewood.
joined by others, we may yet build a bonfire to carry us heavensward.
Heavensward?
This is Alphino. The Scions have need of you.
It's so convenient that we...
Understood. I will contact the Lord Commander and dispatch our finest at once.
Isn't it so convenient that what they need for the rocket is something that we can actually just very easily solve? There's no thinking
My
involved.
sisters are somewhat preoccupied with the final days, so I will lead the 12-Sword expedition myself.
Are you aware of any other sources of refined adamantite?
What about that thing on the moon?
Logically, such an invaluable alloy would have been utilized solely where absolutely necessary, in components intended to conduct or collect surpassing amounts of ether. Any extant instrumentation or devices would have likely found their way into the hands of etherologists or enthusiasts.
Enthusiasts.
Magical artifacts of Allagan design? The Eastern Alliance will send word to one and all.
Isn't it great that we have so many
Are
connections?
there other ways we may offer aid? No shards of the Lesser Moon scar our soil, but our stake in this cause is no less for it.
Is there anything in Othard that might be of use to you?
What did you say? Oh, you got friends in far places, lad. Any road, if you're offering, I wouldn't say no to one of those Far Eastern sacred relics.
What?
Some of them can hold enough ether to summon a whole damn primal. Combine a source like that with the ether burner, and 3, 2, 1, kaboom!
I gather you heard his explosive enthusiasm. Might you secure us a suitable relic?
It shall be done. I know little of machines, but I promise we will do our utmost to gather the materials you need to finish your starship. I am glad for the
Yay.
work, in truth. Better to busy oneself than wait and fret over disasters foretold.
Then why are we all still standing about yapping? There's plunder for the taking. And I'm a born plunderer. I'll be an old Charlian before you know it. Start mixing the grog.
I'm certain that can be arranged. Thank you all, and do be careful.
Just like that.
It's just, thanks to cell phones.
Aye, just like that. Our refined adamantite is on its way. Now let us consider our next steps, shall we? There's yet much to be done.
Yeah, because we aren't doing this. So I was wondering what we're doing. And then I'll go to bed. Spin jump. Is he gonna smile? He will. He will. I wonder if he's like, damn, they're actually, like, goddamn, they're actually doing it. Happy or annoyed. I think these people are where I am, but they could be Finnish. What is happening? Can we talk about Aaronville? That is one sexy gleaner. You got his name wrong. Chocolate Daddy. And so competent. It's enough to make you swoon. I was legit like, God, I'm gonna see bunny twinks everywhere. But Aaronville looks good as fuck, to be honest. Ooh. I want to see fan art of him. /thonk. First day I was looking around. I did see fan art of him on like Saturday. The game released on Well, no. When did I see Erenville? It was like the day after I first saw Erenville. It was probably like Sunday, right? Something like that. Like, sheesh. No one seemed to be making fan art of him. What is happening? Who the heck said they could put these Urianger fields in my main story quest? the Urianger fields section. Man, I'm so glad. It's a bit more humanizing for Urianger. And by a bit, I mean a lot. Must be those confounded DPS/healer Q times. Healer Q times? Whatever. I like Erenville too. Meanwhile, in Ul'dah, is it going to be bad? Is it going to be sinister? It's always bad and sinister, isn't it? Like, this is new bad sinister music.
Clear. We must harvest refined adamantite from the shards of Dalamud and procure arcane relics of Allagan Make.
Yeah, I was thinking, like, wasn't there a whole thing where there was evil potato, and he's like, hey, this land that's all like Allagan shit, I want it. But I'm not gonna, I just want this land, not because there's Allagan shit under it, you know? So is that where they're pulling from?
Brightest of our immortal flames, and form an expeditionary party at once. Call upon the Sultan Sworn and Brass Blades for support as you must.
So I realized, I think this is the song where I was like, the one part of the melody sounds like dun, 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 something like that. I'm just now realizing that's Mario Galaxy. I think like when Rosalina is telling a story. No, it's when you're on the first planetoid. What's that planet called? The small house. You get the flying Mario there. It's that song. It all comes full circle, like a small planetoid.
Papashan, send word to the guilds. We will require the expertise of master artisans if we are to have any hope of identifying and recovering these elusive materials. Thiergeist, we have need of your stone torches. They are to assist the immortal flames in scouring the ruins and to help secure the surrounding areas. I trust I can count on your support.
As commander of the Stone Torches, my son Zimberk will personally see it done.
I'll make you proud, Dad.
Pippin, I would have you lead the raiding party. Assemble your finest, and with Tizona's blade clear the way. Lord Lolorito, I pray you take charge of the search for Allagan relics. Surely you know of some being traded on open or clandestine markets.
Yep.
Or sleeping in collectors' vaults.
You get those video game collectors in the
I
ass.
ask not that you do this out of the kindness of your heart. By all means, profit on the transactions. I wish you the joy of it.
She's like, well, if we want this guy to cooperate with us, we gotta just let him be a greedy bastard. It works.
The final days descend upon our world. If circumstances are truly as dire as they say, Ul'dah's best efforts may be for naught. And yet, when we Eorzeans rose from the ashes to rebuild our broken realm,
And make it reborn.
did we not learn one simple truth?
We persist.
That which seems all but impossible to overcome alone may yet be possible if we stand together. It was the Scions who united us then, and it is the Scions who call upon us now. Ul'dah will answer that call. We will summon our courage and join the fight for our world's future. You know your duties. I, Nanamo Ul'Namo, 17th in the line of Ul, bid you good luck and Godspeed.
Do you hear the Mario Galaxy part there? I was like trying to pay attention to the words. I was like, I have to make sure that I'm right about this. Oh, this might be a while. They didn't say that it was a long cutscene. But we're gonna have a Mario, or I guess a Mario RPG, but an RPG ending sequence where we get a glimpse of everyone around the world doing what they can to help us. Why this song? Actually, this is not the song that I'm familiar with. Alternate reality song. Like I said, like I'm almost certain.
We fielded a goodly number, but our ranks are heavy with healers, and an abundance of restorative magics will be of little help in destroying Dalamud's defenses.
It's like I said, I feel like in the first, for the usual songs that we hear, it would have been funny if there were like alternate reality versions of the song that sounded somewhat similar, but were different. And that was like, you know, the song that's like, dun 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 dun. Yeah, this is great. This is a great thing. Like, and then it goes into do 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 do. That's the song I was thinking of there.
Still, it has ever been thus with Gridania. We must steel ourselves for a protracted engagement.
Just spam holy. That's explosive, isn't it? We've
In that
come
case,
to help.
might I suggest taking us along?
Commander Hext, what are you doing here?
None of the shards in Girabania are big enough to hold an internment hulk. So we said to ourselves, why not lend our neighbors a hand? We thought you might be short on people with a talent for breaking things.
While it pains me to admit it, you are right. Our deficiencies so plain to see.
Chris has been complaining about it this whole time.
It might have been a lifetime ago, but I was once one of the scions assigned to the Shroud. I know this forest well. I know your people. And I know we will be stronger if we fight this fight together.
Then I will impose upon you with a clear conscience. Come, let us speak of how to integrate our forces.
I feel like that camera shift probably works better with Japanese voice acting. I don't know, it just seemed really like random here. What is this song?
I won't let it all be for nothing. I promise you, Papalymo.
Do you think Papalymo would feel better or worse if, no, he died to Shinryu, right? I thought it was Omega. Never mind. never mind. Hey, we love this place. Is this the grave?
There you are.
This is the grave, right?
We've no time to waste, brother. Everyone has already...
Yeah. And the broken shield is still there. Even the apocalypse can wait. Dragons. The dragon's helping. Dragon's helping. Wait, no, that sounds like it's coming from the city, maybe. Yes, never mind.
A dragon's roar.
I'm like, let's not get my hopes up. But you fucking know they had a dragon in this expansion. No, come on. Don't fade out. Like I said, though, everyone coming together to help. This seems like it's the climax, but we're on 88 still, right? Anyway, yeah, it's like contextually it's better done here, but I mean...
And so, in summation, the Eastern Alliance, as well as the Honorable Lord Lolorito himself, reached out to me for assistance in procuring these treasures of the divine, and I, in turn, do beseech the Confederacy for aid.
I think, like, when I was saying that it would just objectively be better here, one thing I thought about later was, like, there was that kind of homeliness to the one in Shadowbringers. You know what I mean? Maybe just... I'm not really sure why. Like, everyone's still protecting the fight for their home here, too. Is it because the area is just generally smaller that everyone's in? Or is it just that the characters were more... like... I have no idea how to describe it, but... still. It is nice to see everyone again. Ah, yes! This case in point.
Is that?
So I'm not going to complain, obviously. I can do it again.
Buck, what a surprise this is.
We love you, Soraban. But,
And a fortuitous one at that. I have a favor to ask, you see.
Like I said, I'm a sucker for the everyone around the world RPG ending thing. I can do this as much as the Final Fantasy XIV devs need me to. What is happening now? Sorry, Alpha now. Hold on. Yes. The red eyes and matching hair. Oh, and the guitar in this, jeez. Never noticed. I guess we're doing that then. No job too small? No, okay. I thought it was no small job. It was referring to Alpha now. Where did I see DPS? These people. What? I don't even know what Coomer is. Is it okay to say that? That's not like a... That's not a slur, is it? Based on an illustration of a scraggly male character who is mocked as an excessive masturbator. Okay. Makes sense. Coomer. Coom. I gotcha. The big brain move is to play as your own waifu. Hey, that works. The threads about Misija. I don't think I remember that, unfortunately. Okay. I'm gonna call it here though. Am I any closer to there? Okay, I will make it to that Aetheryte. Teleport to Sharlayan so that I get the moon. I probably don't need to worry about it, but whatever. And then call it. I promise. Actually, yeah, I have to spend time doing some metadata stuff as well, so. I thought someone was there doing the fate, and that's why they were all gathered around. Was this guitar in this song before, or is this like a Danganronpa box 15, box 16 kind of thing? Because I definitely appreciate that. That would be sick. I mean, this game is no stranger to doing stuff like that, that's for sure. Like, as much as I hated the Shadowbringers title screen, and I'm glad that it's gone forever. I did enjoy when it came back for that one boss fight. Like that was epic. Like, you know, you might think it's cringe. I'm reclaiming the word epic because there aren't that many words that have the same meaning or impact, I think. Okay, now I see that you're right there, but I'm going to continue onward. Do you think I can jump over this? You can on that side. Okay, so I don't really know what we're doing now. Like, we were gonna help build a rocket, but really that kind of just got solved pretty quickly. Thanks to connections, that's everyone else in the world's problem. Why did they make this like this? Why did they make this like this? You have to stand in like ankle deep water if you want to teleport to and from here. Sheesh. Oh, this is a moon. Okay. How far can I go before it's not a moon? I'll try to get as close to the thing as possible. Probably through here. No? Probably through here then. Okay, perfect. But, yeah, okay. This expansion is crazy. Do I like it more than Shadowbringers? Like, Heavensward will always be number one. That's just a fact. You know, like the same kind of bias that comes with nostalgia I have for Heavensward, I think. It's like, it's not objectively the best, but it's definitely my favorite, so shut up. But, like, I think Shadowbringers was just conceptually very cool. Just going to another reality, helping with the Sin Eaters, which were cool. And then kind of the format of it being more gamified, like, you go here and take down this big Sin Eater and this big Sin Eater over here. I did enjoy that. If other people didn't, though, I completely understand. This one, it has very compelling mysteries. I keep saying it, but it's true. And then it just keeps ramping up. Just wild ass things keep happening. The edge of the universe, fucking sure, dude. Let's do it. Like, I don't know if I like that more. I think I do. But Shadowbringers was very good. I think that's where my standing is right now. Which is funny because mysteries in Final Fantasy XIV aren't really my strong suit, but I feel like I've been following along well enough. And that's really all I ever need to do, which is why I still play the game, you know? I might forget names, I might forget places, I might forget events that happened literally one stream ago, but honestly, I think living in the moment, like, this game is so good, living in the moment is perfectly fine for me too. What is that mount? Is that like a Don-chan-esque mount? Anyway, I wonder what music it plays. Yeah, that's kind of my stance on it, I think. You know? I might not be having as a fulfilled experience as people who do actually, like, I don't want to say pay attention, because I do pay attention, I just don't remember. I'm sorry. But, I guess I don't have a fulfilled experience as people who do remember and then make connections and kind of have the memories in their brain better. I just kind of remember the more general things of, I like this, I didn't like this, you know? And then, like, very specific moments or ideas or concepts besides. Yeah. So I'm having a good time. I realize we're probably not gonna finish this tomorrow based on how long it took, like, us to get to 82. So, not like I just wanted it to be done by Friday, maybe like early Saturday at worst, and it almost definitely is. So, I might even cancel the booster shot because then I have to come back 2 weeks later, right? So, you know. By the way, this might actually be important. I was gonna be like, I gotta stop talking about stuff that doesn't matter, but this does matter. Apparently the Johnson & Johnson shot only has like 2 months of efficiency before you have to get the booster for it again. So I was gonna say I should have gotten the Johnson & Johnson so I don't have to worry about that, because you can never really predict the future and what you're going to be doing in it, especially when you have a job like mine. But you know, Pfizer and Moderna are like 6 months, so that's kind of the trade-off you have. And I think that, you know, 3 times the time compared to 2 times the dosage, which is still cumulatively the equal amount of time, because Johnson & Johnson lasts for like 4 days and Pfizer and Moderna last for 2 each, right? Basically, about maybe Johnson & Johnson's like 3 days. It all depends on the person, but that is my advice to you. And also, it's been 7 months since pretty much every adult and child were able to get their booster shots. So odds are you, or their original shot. So odds are yours has worn off, and you could get COVID again. And there's this new variant as well, which apparently Pfizer doesn't protect against specifically for some reason or something, but that's what I'm getting anyway. I already had COVID, so we'll just see how it goes. Stupid disease. I'm just hoping that this shot, the booster, isn't as bad, but I'm preparing for it to be. God damn it. That Christmas weekend where I'm going to have to get the shot again and then do an overnight job is not going to be pleasant. Anyway, that's irrelevant. I just wanted to say that because, you know, if you're in the far future where COVID isn't a problem, I'm sorry for wasting your time. But in the present, this could be very valuable information for people. You know, I don't want people thinking that they're still immune and then they're not, and then bad stuff happening. So, with that said, do we have any more weird stuff happening? The Gleaners are the porters from Death Stranding. We call those delivery men. But yeah. But yeah, I say but yeah so much. I should just say yeah. I am interested to see where we're going to go next with this. But one thing's for certain, I'm pretty sure we're going to the edge of the universe. So, I am excited for that.